first introduce our team from Batangas State University. We have, this is actually the team who basically prepared documentation of the university for its application for the Philippine Economic Zone Authority or PESA facility, which is the KASC part. We have Dorothy Rosales, or VP for Admin and Finance, Engineer Antonio Gamboa, the Director for Presidential Project Management Office. He basically handles all infrastructure design and development in the university. Our Vice Chancellor for Admin and Finance, Associate Professor Mirna Colliat. She is the Vice Chancellor of the campus where our KISS Park is located. It's in Alangilid campus. We also have our Vice President for Development and External Affairs, Attorney Noel Amanda, and the head of our Technology Business Incubator, Mr. John Richard Esquera. So this is the content of our presentation. I'll be presenting the profile of Batangas State University, the National Engineering University. I'll be presenting innovations in engineering education, the research and innovation programs, industry priorities, constraints, directions, and investment opportunities. On the second part, this will be presented by President as the KISS Park 5-year development program and the proposed output and activities. So let me introduce to you the Batangas State University. We are the National Engineering University. This was through a law, the Republic Act 11694, mandating the university as the National Engineering University. You might ask why we are doing this, because you see the gap in the Philippine engineering education landscape. There are more than 2,000 Philippine higher education institutions, both private and public. Of the 2,000 private higher education institutions in the country, there are only 114 state universities and colleges. This is actually a presentation always being prepared by our university president, because our president happens to be the president of the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges, which is the association of all state universities and colleges in the country. There are 4.2 million enrollees, that is as of 2022 to 2023, and the SUC share of the enrollment is actually more than 50%. More than 50%, that is 50.31%. Of this, almost more than 2 million enrollees, there are only 585,000 engineering students who are enrolled in engineering programs, or 14%. Meaning, we could say that engineering really is, should I say, undersubscribed. And considering that the importance of engineering programs in the development of the country, that is why, as a university, in 2018, we really dreamt of being a national university that will have impact in the national development. And so, we applied, when we seek approval for us to be the National Engineering University. So, this year, the university actually is celebrating its 120th anniversary. We started as a manual trade school in 1903, and this year is our 120th anniversary. So we were established as a manual and trade school in 1903, and we started offering engineering in 1971. So more than 50 years of existence already is our College of Engineering. Incidentally, we are also celebrating the first anniversary as the Philippines National Engineering University, the Republic Act 11694. We got the law on April 11, just last year, 2022. So as the National Engineering University, BANS-TU is mandated. I highlighted here a couple of sections of our Republic Act that focuses on our engagement with the industry through active research and development collaboration. That is to offer advanced studies and specialization for engineers, scientists, and entrepreneurs, industry practitioners, and other professionals. Strengthen engineering programs through the development and offering of industry-driven and emerging engineering programs, spearhead collaboration between the academic and engineering industries, and lead in the implementation of the innovative pedagogies in engineering education. We are going to do that through this new center, which is a Center for Innovations in Engineering Education. So basically that focuses on pedagogies, on industry linkages, and ensuring that our graduates are really responsive to the needs of the industries. This is also the unit of the university that launches new and emerging programs, new engineering programs, which goes away to the traditional engineering programs offered in the university. You'll see that in a while. Third is to serve as a research university in engineering and related field of specialization by conducting basic and applied research and development, promoting research collaboration with various colleges and universities in the country, and contributing to the dissemination and application of knowledge. Next is to intensify scientific, innovative, and technological research and development that would lead in the development of high-impact research, startups, and spin-offs, and technology transfer of products and services through the establishment of again another research center, the STEER Hub, or the Science, Technology, Engineering, and Environment Research Hub. Lastly is to contribute to national economic growth, job creation, domestic and foreign investment, and community well-being through the university-based knowledge innovation and science technology park, which was proclaimed as special economic zone by the President of the Philippines then, Dr. Ligoroa Duterte. That was on May 22, 2020. So we are quite productive, should I say, during the pandemic. Section 6 is our commitment to national development. But State Youth shall harness the expertise of the members of its community and other individuals in relation to the country's quest for national development in the primary areas of engineering, science and technology for wealth creation, improvement of the quality of life, real economic growth, and transformation of the society. Hence, after the release of our law, we were also mandated by law to prepare what we call the 5-year development programs. That's 120 days after us being proclaimed as the National Engineering University. We immediately crafted this 5-year development plan, 2023 to 2027, and it has six main chapters. First is academic leadership, engineering, the experience of education, research and innovation, engineering innovative solutions for sustainable development, social responsibility, engineering pathways for families and communities, internationalization, pushing frontiers in the borderless world, advancing interdisciplinarity, re-engineering sports, culture and the arts, and sustainability. That is engineering university efficiency and resource mobilization for an expanding future. Basically, what I will be presenting actually is on academic leadership and research innovation, which is actually the core of this presentation. This is Pat State U in numbers. I can say that we are the biggest university in terms of engineering. We have 11 campuses spread out in the Batangas province, and we house more than 60,000 students. But although our campuses are only located in the Batangas province, we are actually catering to more than 55 provinces in the country today. Of the 60,000 enrollees that we have, 43% or almost 50% are in engineering and technology. We are offering more than 100 programs, 46 of which are engineering focused. Half is graduate school and half is undergraduate. We are the only state university in the country with 8 engineering programs accredited by accreditation board by the accrediting board for engineering and technology. And we have been implementing a couple of new pedagogies such as the problem-based learning, and of course, enhanced on-the-job training and other accreditation programs. This supports the outcomes-based education pedagogy of the university. We also was able to strengthen our global presence by ranking in some of the international accreditation bodies and rankings, such as the Time Higher Education, the UI Green Metrics, and the World Universities Ranking for Innovation. We were able to register also the greatest number of ASEAN engineers in the country. Now we have a count of 29 ASEAN engineers. This registration of our faculty members as ASEAN engineers allows our engineers to practice not only in the Philippines but also in the ASEAN regions. In terms of innovations in engineering education, we have, like what I said, we have the biggest engineering program offerings in the country. Our engineering programs are quite diverse, from the typical or traditional engineering programs such as civil engineering, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, electronics and communications engineering. We were able to listen to the demands of the industry and come up with new emerging programs such as BS Aerospace Engineering, BS Biomedical Engineering, Mechatronics Engineering, Instrumentation and Control Engineering, Petroleum Engineering, Ceramics Engineering, Materials Science and Engineering, Metallurgical Engineering, Transportation Engineering, Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering, and graduate programs focused on Artificial Intelligence, Data Science, and Engineering Education and Engineering Management, all of which are demands of the industry now. And the center, which is mandated to spearhead innovations in engineering education, is the Center for Innovations in Engineering Education. Its mandate is the development and implementation of the National Engineering Education Program, or what we call the NEED program. Second is the development and implementation of micro-credential programs in science, technology, and engineering. Establishment of a national database, we're calling it Engineering Knowledge Management Unit, or ECMO, and the development of programs for visiting foreign engineering, teaching, and research fellows. So we envision this center also facilitating capacity building, not only in the emerging programs that we're offering now, but all other engineering programs. Not only within the Batangas State University, but also in the entire country. Hence, we are also geared up to establish this 15-story engineering hub. This hub shall serve as a facility for capacity building future engineers focused on identified emerging programs and industries. It is envisioned to be a platform for industry-academic collaboration that could lead to the development of products, services, startups, and spin-offs. Unlike typical classrooms, this shall house a couple of research centers as well that would cater to the needs and demands of the industry. We see now this development, this collaboration between the industry and the academy through the platform that we initially developed, the Science, Technology, Engineering, Environment Research Hub. And we intend to make use of this additional platform so we can engage as many industry stakeholders as we possibly can. So currently, what you're seeing right now is the site development for the engineering hub. This is the entire campus of the university. Our campus is just a 6-hectare facility in Alaquilan campus. No? At the lower part is where our technology park is located. And above is where our campus is. And that red part, that will be the location of the 15-story engineering hub. And as you can see, here is a 3D view of the facility. So on the left is actually ongoing right now the development of our Knowledge, Innovation, and Science Technology Park. And in the future, we'll be rising a 15-story facility, which will be our engineering hub. We don't have vast areas of land, so majority of our infrastructure development is pataas. Okay? In terms of research and innovation programs, we've identified early on what we call our engineering research agenda. This is after a thorough review and thorough consultation with our industry partners as well as other line agencies of the government, so that we'll be able to align our R&D activities with what the industry demands. We have this research agenda on digital transformation, semiconductor and electronic design and product development, machine design, instrumentation and automation, additive manufacturing, creative industries, transportation, engineering and logistics management, renewable energy systems, health and wellness engineering solutions. But we also have our research-based extension agenda, meaning we have been doing research actually on these areas, and we are ready to conduct technology transfer for the common good, so that people will be able to benefit on the technologies that we were able to develop. Specifically, our research-based extension agenda include agriculture and aquaculture, disaster risk reduction and management, food innovations, GIS-based decision support system, and virtual inclusive teaching and learning for engineering excellence, or VITAL. In terms of policy, there has to be an inviting innovation ecosystem that will allow innovation to flourish within the university. Hence, we have always been pushing forward a couple of policies that would support our studentry as well as in faculty, in order for them to not only produce publications, but also develop products and services that will eventually lead to development of startups and spin-offs. These include, among others, the President's Medal of Innovation Award. That's the highest award being given by the university for someone, a faculty or student or personnel, who will be able to contribute to the flourishment of the innovation ecosystem within the university. That entails, of course, some monetary grant and a special medal that will be awarded by the recipient of this award. Second is the Young Lifters and Innovation for Future Thinkers, for Futures Thinking, or Young Lifters program. This particular program empowers our young minds, because like what I said, our studentry is at 60,000. You can see the possible contribution of these students in the innovation ecosystem. So this time around, we are going to support not only faculty for them to conduct research, but also our students. Next is building research and innovation development goals for engineering schools or bridges program. This is sort of our extension program that symbolically it links our university with other universities across the country. We've piloted this bridges program with 39 state universities and colleges in the country to develop solutions even during the pandemic, and we're able to complete six projects under the Bridges program. In terms of engineering research and innovation, majority of our research and innovation activities are being held actually at the Science, Technology, Engineering, Environment Research Hub, or simply what we call SEER Hub. It's a 5-story research facility which contains the following initial research centers. We have the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, our technology business incubator. The Electronic Systems Research Center, which focuses on electronic product development. We have our GIS Applications Development Center. That is a mapping research center. We see the importance of setting up a mapping center because the Philippines has a lot of resources that can be mapped. So GIS is a tool, is a technology. It is an acronym for Geospatial Information System. And we see the importance of this technology to be used in various applications, such as in agriculture, in aquaculture, in disaster risk reduction and management, as well as in the environment and natural resources for mapping, for disaster mitigation, and for planning. So we have a specific research center, the GIS Applications Development Center. Next is the Digital Transformation Center. This center handles all facets of digital technologies, including, among others, artificial intelligence, data science, blockchain, as well as mixed reality and augmented reality. Next, we also have the Material Science and Testing Research Center. This particular facility has two components, the Material Science and Engineering, which basically handles the development and research on innovative materials that can be used for various applications, as well as the material testing and calibration. Since Batangas is actually part of the Calabarzon, a highly industrialized region, we see the importance of setting up a material calibration center because industry players can be we can actually cater to the needs of the industry when it comes to metrology and calibration of their instruments. And lastly, we have the Manufacturing Research Center, or the Likha Fab Lab. The Likha Fab Lab is actually a facility, a shared service facility funded by the Department of Trade and Industry. It's one of the most active, should I say, Fab Lab in the country, which caters to MSMEs, and during the pandemic was very active. So we thank DTI for generously funding and supporting our activities and projects under our Likha Fab Lab. Okay. So these research centers synergize and partner with our locators, which are now being housed interim while we are actually transitioning to the development of our Knowledge, Innovation, and Science Technology Park. We were allowed by PESA to operate at the 4th floor and the 5th floor of this facility. So habang ongoing po ang development ng ating Fish Park, we are now operating and accepting locators at the 4th floor and the 5th floor. And we're very happy because we already have our first locator for our technology park, which is the Phytos Technology Philippines Incorporated. I'll be sharing you their technology in a while. Yeah. And we have a big support for product development. That is through our Springboard program. So Springboard stands for Supporting Potential and Relevant IPs as Next Generation Business Opportunities Towards Acceleration of R&D. Napahaba po yung acronym, ano po. Pero that is the Springboard program. Incidentally, Springboard entails to jumpstart these technologies into sustainable business in the future. We're working on technologies such as Bukupai, which is an open platform for Internet of Everything. Parallax, which is an engineering simulation system using haptics and mixed reality, applied for the industries, for STEM and engineering higher education. Atlantis, this is a very exciting project in partnership with the industry. We're partnering with Turbulent Technology Philippines, which is the biggest provider of greenhouse systems in the country. We are addressing the gap in the availability locally of IoT sensors and technologies for greenhouses. And we're also deploying our solar powered irrigation system, and of course, continuous development of our mixed reality platform for cultural mapping, which is the Mr. Tour Guide. Two of our research centers, which is heavily supported also by the Department of Technology and Industry and have been pushing forward industry collaboration, are Backstage CDI and Backstage Likha Fab Lab, which have accumulated investments of 26 millions, generated 52 partners, and have graduated 108 startups. Similar also to Likha Fab Labs, which has 150 active clients. So, fostering innovation through incubation, we have been active in engaging our startups. So currently, we were able to graduate 120 incubators and startups, and some of which have been thriving and succeeding in their own rights. We are also the anchor of the Regional Inclusive Innovation Center of Calabarzon. Our branding for the RICS Calabarzon is called Link Calabarzon, which is Linking Innovation Networks for Competitiveness. Our prime commodity or product for Link Calabarzon is barako. As you may have known, in 2020, after the explosion of the Taal volcano, almost all species of kapeng barako, legit kapeng barako in Batangas, was almost wiped out. But that is why we spearheaded the barako programs, that is Batangas Actions towards Revitalization and Acceleration of Kapeng barako industry in the Philippines. Barako is part of the Liberica breed of coffee, no? A very popular type of coffee in the country. So hence, we are now propagating 80,000 seedlings to be distributed among trained farmers within the area. So we can again revitalize the barako industry within not only Batangas but also in their region. Likewise, we are also spearheading BARIC. So that's our platform for establishing linkages among government agencies, industries, MSMEs, and academia. Meron din po itong acronym, pero hindi ibig sabihin inuman ito. May kasama, possible po yan, pero ganun daw ang Batanggenyo, sikat sa mga B. Ang isa doon ay BARIC. Ganun BARIC. Okay. Next, we are also spearheading our virtual collab. This is very helpful, especially during the pandemic. So we've been assisting agencies in setting up virtual platforms that will encourage collaboration among our stakeholders. Our website is up and it's always been updated and active, which allowed us also to input there the output of our regular inclusive innovation ecosystem mapping. And we have big support for student-led engineering innovations that have been tested over the years, but I would like to highlight two of our student innovators. The first one is a winner of the first ever UNESCO World Engineering Day Hackathon, sponsored by UNESCO. So this was done on January 2022. An all-female group of chemical engineering students were hailed champion with more than 100 participating universities all over the world. This team, their team is called Wonder Pets, and their technology and their innovation is on water remediation using some polyethylene formulation. So they were able to bag the grand prize for the World Engineering Day Hackathon. This one is first of its kind and was sponsored by UNESCO. The second one on the same year, November 2022, another group, this time a group of electronics engineering students, they were hailed champion at the Engineering Innovation Challenge in Singapore, that is on November 2022. Third place is Nanyang Technological University, second is National University of Singapore, and the champion is the National Engineering University, the Batangas State University. That is through an AI-based aquaponic system that these student teams developed. Integration of AI technology in a hydroponic system. Okay. And we are always proud of the accomplishments of our students. Part also of the mandates of the university is to care for the Verde Island Passage, which is the center of marine biodiversity in the planet. The Verde Island Passage, which is a large canal, which spans in several provinces, including that of Batangas and the entire Mimaropa, which was dubbed as the most diverse marine habitat although it's the most diverse, it's also in peril because of different activities. Hence, we established what we call the Verde Island Passage Center for Oceanographic Research and Aquatic Life Sciences, or VIP Corals as an acronym. So this particular research center is tasked to conduct research and extension programs and activities geared towards protection, conservation, and strategic management of the Verde Island Passage. And also, we have a big program on disaster risk reduction and management. Hence, we established in the university what we call the Action Center, or the Adaptive Capacity Building and Technology Innovation for Occupational Health and Natural Disaster, or the Action Center. About to be launched is our command center, which houses our monitoring stations, our command centers, and our data center that serves as our repository of all our ICT resources, including our bus internet connection. Yeah, and shown here are two of our mature technologies, which is now being geared up for commercialization. So currently, we have licensing agreement for the mass production of our developed tactical operative amphibious drive that is a locally designed and fabricated amphibious vehicle. We're able to secure a licensing agreement with automatic motors for the mass production of those. And we are also the development of SIGAW, or Solar Isotropic Generator of Acoustic Wave, which is a customizable early warning system for different disaster scenarios, both of which garnered awards given by the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Center, such as, which is the 2017 and 2018 Gawad Kalasag. So, aside from industry partnership, we also partner with local government units to ensure sustainability of these programs and projects. Yeah. So, allow me also to continue discussing about the development of our knowledge innovation and the science technology part. So like what I said, by virtue of special economic, by virtue of proclamation number 947, that's May 22, 2020, the Back State UK's part was proclaimed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte as a special economic zone. That is upon recommendation of the Department of Trade and Industry. Medyo matagal-tagal din po ang aming pinuno in order to secure this proclamation. Of course, we value the support of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority when it was screened and passed after their scrutiny. Then it was endorsed to the Department of Trade and Industry, wherein they did again their set of screening until finally it was endorsed to the Malacanang when it was eventually signed as a proclamation. It took us, I think, around 4 years for us to get the actual proclamation. And now, ongoing na po ang development. So, seen here are actually 6 major infrastructure for KISS. Ongoing po right now is the Technology Hub. It's a 6-story facility which serve as prime locators for exporting companies. We see the value of having it registered under PESA because it offers a lot of benefits to our potential locators. So ongoing din po is our design innovation building, which focuses on startups in design. We'll establish also an IT room and a data center, and in the pipeline also a convention center and a peace hotel. And this is where industry collaboration comes in. May I introduce to you Phytos Technology Philippines Incorporated, our first is part locator. The CEO of Phytos is Ernie Nieras, and they are locating at the 4th floor of the Science, Technology, Engineering, and Environment Research Hub. So Phytos is a pioneer in electronics hardware design, software design, and development. and application firmware development in the country. So prior to their moving in the KISS part, we've been doing actually a couple of R&D activities with PyTos. And during their pandemic, we did a lot of R&D activities with them, especially on the development of these two technologies. The first one is AirLock 389. So PyTos is the developer of AirLock 389. It's the patented graphene-based technology for air purification, integrated in the AP100 antiviral face shield. So it offers high-level protection against airborne pathogens while providing comfort, visibility, and breathability even with prolonged use. This is FDA approved, and they were able to secure FDA approval after having been assisted by the university during the simulation and testing of the actual mask. Right now, they're also working on other products such as air purification system, among others. And PyTrace, a whole ecosystem of detection, mitigation, and contact tracing that is heavily used during the pandemic. So what we do here with PyTos is something that we envision that can be done in the KISS part as it is, after it is fully developed. We see that the university as a source of research, science and technology development will be able to assist industry players. As we are being engaged by PyTos Technology Philippines in the projects that in these particular projects, the university has a mechanism to build them. So that our faculty also will be compensated as they are doing their R&D with them. And I see possible opportunities also for IP sharing and technology transfer with these industries. Yeah. And of course, nowadays the Steer Hub and the technology park has been visited by a couple of universities, higher education institutions, and agencies, and they would like to see and benchmark the activities being conducted, including our friends from India and others. So the KISS Part 5 Development Program is part of the 5-year development program of the university. And I can see that this is very much aligned to the state program that we are doing right now. Among the programs under the 5-year development program of the KISS includes the acceleration. The acceleration is to accelerate the KISS part infrastructure development, to institutionalize management and administrative structures, operational KISS part resource mobilization and investment mechanisms, strengthen collaborative and cooperative learning, R&D, innovation, and entrepreneurship platforms, and to create high-value jobs. So next is the proposed outputs and activities, but I think this one will be prepared. Will be presented in a while by President. So that ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, actually, for that specific activities that we'd like to present, I think it's logical to have this discussed, after the concept is introduced to everyone. Of course, we're going to share the draft project concept paper previously. But we had a bit of discussion and contextualize this within the context of API's mandate and function. So, John, would you like to come in first before we request DTI, maybe Director Lydia?
Sounds good enough, but we really appreciate the presentation by the 4 universities. I think we see a lot of thoughts has gone into your development and the ideas that you want to sort of implement, as part of the Pristine project. But sort of, just put this at the back of your mind. We see there are a lot of similarity in terms of the area that you are currently focusing and you want to focus as part of the project. So you may need to think about how do you collaborate, right? Maybe you may even want to think, is there, under the Pristine project, is there specific areas in the similar industry or sector that you want to sort of focus on, so that you don't duplicate the resources, right? And for Batangas State Universities, they have a very strong focus on engineering. So in case, any of you need to tap onto engineering resources, is there an avenue, to also, collaborate with Batangas State University? That's something I sort of want you to keep at the back of your mind, sort of put it on the table first, think about it, right? Even though I know you also have your own resources, right? So TJ, we go straight into the concept now.
Just a very brief presentation on the industry roadmap, as well as the areas of the PDP which this project envisages to contribute to, so that this provides the context, in terms of how this proposed project would really emphasize on the industry's role in terms of commercializing and improving research and development. Mark, please.
Thank you, PJ. Good afternoon, Yusuf Rita. The ADB team headed by Tom, also the university presidents present here. Thank you for taking time to be with us. Earlier, we listened to Yusuf Rita present the whole innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. We saw that the Philippine ranking in the Global Innovation Index is quite in the lower level. And we saw also the different gaps and challenges that the whole innovation ecosystem faces. Like, for example, the fragmented innovation ecosystem, the lack of commercialization, lack of industrial transformation, and gaps in the industry-academic linkage. Obviously, with so many gaps and challenges faced by the innovation ecosystem, for which the eventual outcome that we want to achieve is the industrial transformation of the country. No single project can address all these gaps and challenges. Obviously, the Pristine project, which is called Pristine, is short for Promoting Research and Innovation to Strengthen Transformation of Industries and Enterprises. So obviously, no single project can address all these challenges, beginning with capacitating our SUCs, HEIs, in their own innovation ecosystem, building their own internal capacity, down to addressing gaps in the industry-academic linkage, etc. So what I will present is how we view this project, knowing that we know there are many players in this whole ecosystem. So DTI would want to address problem coming from its own mandate and strategic priorities, and also not to duplicate initiatives of other main players in this ecosystem, other government agencies like, for example, NEDA, VOST, also NEDA, and CHED, and also the TESDA. So yeah, so I'll just present how we view this project and what especially aligning into the Philippine Development Plan. As we all know, I'm sure all of us have seen or read the Philippine Development Plan. So we're anchoring it on the second, because there are two main goals of PDP, no? The matatag maginhawa at panatag na buhay, ambition 2040. And the second one is the economic and social transformation for a prosperous and inclusive and resilient society. So under this, we want to anchor the Prestige project on the strategy to transform production sectors to generate more quality jobs and competitive products. So what I'm saying is that our end goal, doing all this innovation, this technology transfer, commercialization, and is towards transforming production sectors to generate more quality jobs and competitive products through the three chapters, no? Chapter 5 on modernized agriculture and agribusiness, Chapter 6 on revitalizing industry, and Chapter 7 on invigorating services, and of course, anchored on Chapter 8, which is all about the innovation chapter. Okay. So next slide, please, Angel. So you can see in the slide, no, under these chapters, what are the goal and the outcome we want to achieve, no? For Chapter 6, of course, we want to revitalize industry through a science, technology, and innovation-driven industrialization. So there's moving up the value chain and intersectoral linkages. On the other side, of course, is the strategy framework. How do we achieve that? So, transform the production sectors, revitalize industries, etc., as already enumerated. On Chapter 8 naman, of course, yung nasa baba, I don't know if you can see that, ang 4 elements are basic research and development and knowledge creation, strengthen, market-driven and customer-centered research and development, advance, technology adoption, utilization and commercialization, and innovation and entrepreneurship accelerated. So, these are the reasons we're doing this. Those four strategies under the Chapter 8. Next slide, please. On the Chapter 7, of course, all the issues is mentioned, not only production sector, but also service sectors, no? Service sectors to the industry. Of course, at the end of the day, no, we want to have market expansion, creativity and innovation in services, value proposition, strengthen, and intersectoral linkages enhanced. So also in Chapter 5, all about agriculture and agribusiness. No? We want to modernize agriculture and agribusiness through this new technology and technology adoption and commercialization. So efficiency of agriculture, enhanced access to market and AFPDs and expanded, and resilience of value chains improved. Earlier, yung Secretary said we need to look at the market economy and the production economy. We have to match them. Because if we don't, all our efforts will just remain studies, research, but the end game is the commercialization. So we produce new products and services to export, to meet local demand, etc., and advance our industry and have industrial transformation. So just to assure you that we're also very conscious that all that we do in DTI are aligned to the strategic priorities of our department. So if you can show the roadmap of DTI. Another element pa pala sa Chapter 11. So, in the presentation of Ms. Rita, she already put all of this together, all the main points in these chapters. If you will cross-reference it to the presentation of Ms. Rita earlier. So that's where we will draw the project design. And I think all the presentation of the issues are, we're happy to see kasi I noted in all the presentations of the SUCs, we were able to see your R&D agenda, the various technology centers that you have established based on industry needs, also your IPs applied and approved. That's evidence that you already have technology that has been patented through the IP applied and some have, though maybe some are very strong already on the commercialization aspect by having concrete industry academic linkage, but maybe some are still at the starting level. So different levels. No, we saw that in the fourth presentation. So we're happy with that. So for this, we also noted that one missing link. I think President Cultura, I met him through Zoom meeting, and he emphasized earlier that one missing link is the investment side. So if the SME or the industry want to adopt the technology, he needs money, right? He needs financing. So we're trying to incorporate in the project a financing funding mechanism. Maybe having a matching grant to incentivize, also having accessible funding, etc. Also, now let me go to the DTI roadmap, strategic roadmap. Just to show you, last February we did under the new secretary, we had the DTI planning with the EXCO, music asset, directors, assistant directors, and then some attached agencies. So we will lay down our roadmap for 2023 to 2028. So our main outcome, we want to upscale the enterprises, promote employment, and empower consumers. So under this, still, I think consumer is left out. We will not touch consumer empowerment. No? So on the processes, it will touch on the trade and industry policy, of industry development, trade and investment promotion. As mentioned earlier, we need to also look at the market when we do all these things. No? Trade and investment promotion. Also, enterprise development, we need the SMEs, help them adopt the new technologies. Also, regional competitiveness. So your KISS, very relevant in developing the industrial hub. We call it the industrial hub, no? It will be all part of the regional industrial hub, the KISS, okay? And then, of course, workforce development. To adopt the technology, Chong mentioned you need to train the workers, you need to train the management, etc. And also, what's the last one? Consumer protection. It's also in our mandate, that's why it's there. No? Next slide. Please. Next slide, Angel. Another? It's this one, yeah. So, there you can see the one encircled on the IP SME adoption of technology, the IP registration, etc. Also, industry cluster innovation and digitalization program, also innovation support facility. Yusuf mentioned establishing the factory, the Industry 4.0 factory, the advanced manufacturing centers for 4 priority sectors she mentioned, no? One on the pharmaceutical, one on the modern basic needs. The other two I forgot, but they are for covering electronics, aerospace, etc. Okay, and then, yeah, the regional economic belts. We call it the regional economic belts. And we think that your kids will really be an important part of this economic belt. The science and technology part, the hubs, the keys, etc. So that's how we will frame the project. So we're glad we saw it in your presentation on the commercialization, the technology centers, etc. And technology adoption, patenting your intellectual property for your technologies you have developed. So we hope we will all take that extra mile and not stop at doing the R&D. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So may I now request Mr. Chong?
Director Lydia, thank you so much. For those who may not know Director Lydia very well, she actually supported us a lot. Because eventually when we put up the project, it gets submitted to NEDA. NEDA will look at it from the mandate of DTI, the PDB, which Director Lydia mentioned, all alignment with the different chapters of PDP, and also the mapping of the DTI strategy as well. So I think we are in safe hand after Director Lydia sort of put that perspective in place. Right, so let us also give you briefly, the broad, what we call the breakdown of the projects. So this is something that we may still make some slight adjustment here and there going forward. The processing usually will take about the next maybe 12 months. We will have to put everything together, including all the inputs from the universities. Right, so whatever you present just now, we will just have to sort of realign it to that 3 outputs that we want to submit, in the project proposal. Right, so let us quickly go through it. I'm not going to talk about the rationale, the problem statement, all this, we talk about this in the morning really, right? So usually in the ADB project document, if you look through, all our documents are public documents. Any projects that are approved are public documents. There will always be a document, called the RRP, Report Recommendation to President, and inside, that document, we will capture the impact statement of the project. It will also capture the outcome statement of the project. And then usually there will be 3 to 5 outputs. So for this project, I think, after discussion with DTI, we decided to streamline into just 3 outputs, which was very easy for us to remember, but at the same time easy to sort of, for us to align and with the university and the universities to align the output. So the impact statement basically transform production sector to generate more quality jobs and competitive products, right? And that is aligned to PDP. And then also market-driven and customer-centered research and development. And that is aligned to, again, PDP Chapter 8, and innovation and entrepreneurship accelerated, right? Quite straightforward. And outcome statement, quality and relevant of industrial transformation through knowledge-based solution, innovation, skill development, strengthened. This is what Director Lydia also talked about. The innovation, we have been talking about this the whole day. We have been talking about the need to also make sure that there is this capacity building in terms of skills. And then knowledge-based solution, which is what we want the research outcome to develop into. We want the innovation, the startup incubation, the acceleration to develop into. So these are below are the 3 outputs. First output, focus really on the innovation ecosystem for industry and enterprises development, digital transformation and green transitioning. So basically, it's an ecosystem building, right? And that covers many different areas. I will not run into detail, but we need to sort of make sure that in terms of developing the ecosystem, we need to be able to identify the economic value chain, map it out for all the priority industry sector. We also want to do something on the industry transformation map. What it means is all the priority sectors that this project is going to cover would also give us a sense of what the future changes would be that will happen in the priority industry, and so that the emerging research, emerging technology can be examined, can be researched upon, and solutions can be developed by applying all this emerging technology, right? So the industry transformation map, the economic value chain, really important, and those I think should underpin the bigger intervention. We also want to talk about the Philippine Skill Framework, which DTI is already leading. So in a way, the skill framework, whatever that is being developed or has been developed, will also have to be aligned with the priority of the economic value chain as well as the industry transformation map, right? And then there will also be a huge focus on providing financing for applied research, right? Leveraging on existing technology or emerging technology. It can be something that is already developed from other countries, but it can also be something that is contextualized and developed in the Philippines. So, but there's a need to provide a pool of funds to finance that. So this project will support that. And of course, startup incubation, acceleration, that is something we also believe in, And most of the university presentation talk about already startup incubation that we are already doing. So we hope to support that very closely. So in Indonesia, just give you a little bit of context, right? Between 2020 to 2022, during the COVID years, 9 unicorns were developed. So Philippines is half the population of Indonesia. So easily, we can have half the unicorns developed in 2 years. So hopefully, right? And so that is the financing part of research as well as startup, support of the startup. And we also hope to be able to bring more venture capital to be established in Indonesia, because one of the key challenge, which I think the university also highlight, is the lack of financial support to the startup. After university incubate, then they are stuck, because we don't have a very vibrant venture capital ecosystem here yet, right? Maybe go to the next slide. So output 2, focus. The statement of output is research and innovation skill development facility for industrial transformation, green transition in selected sectors, established to support micro, small, medium enterprises. We not too sure about the choice of word micro, but we can further debate on that, while we progress forward with the processing. But what essentially this output 2 refers to is, we hear about the university presenting about the science technology part. We also hear from Batangas State University presenting PIST. So essentially that is what we want to support under this project. And of course, DTI would also have some of these very important facilities that support the industry, like the smart factory that will be supported. Plus, some of the maybe regional RIC, yeah, those also would, we would love to see how we can support that, right? So anything on infrastructure, on equipment, facilities, that will be under output 2, very straightforward, right? So some of the relevant areas, we put some examples that are related to offshore wind power, energy storage solution, PV, say, for example, cell material development, not just, assembly. I think assembly is really easy, but is there a new technology that is more efficient, that kind of research we can do, right? These are some examples, but of course, it could be AV, autonomous vehicle, it could be electric vehicle, yeah, that is adapted to the context of the Philippines, right? And then I will jump straight to output 3, capacity of DTI, selected Science, Technology, Innovation Institute, an industry-based institution enhanced, STI. STI, Science, Technology, Innovation. We need to sort of streamline the word also. Sometimes we use RDI, sometimes we use STI, you know. So just pardon us with that, you know, this is just the first draft. So capacity of DTI, select Science, Technology, Innovation and Industry-based institution enhanced. So it can refers to the KIST, it can refers to the science technology part, right? So that can include maybe postdoctorate training, right? It can be capacity building for researcher. It can be joint collaboration of research with some identified universities or research institution internally in the Philippines or overseas, right? We would also love to support, you know, doctorate study as well, PhD, if there's a need to, right? So that is something that the university got to express to us clearly, whether there's a need to support that as well. Right, so this in a nutshell, just 3 outputs for the projects. So, you know, I'm not going to talk too much. TJ, are you going to present anything? Yeah, okay, TJ, you go ahead. And then, but make it straight to the point, so we have more time for sharing and then the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much, Chong. So I guess for the next 30-45 minutes, we'll just share with you some of the experiences and practices on establishment of science and technology parks, and also the pathway for R&D, you know, towards commercialization. So, and incidentally, after this presentation, knowledge sharing, we'll go back to the university's preliminary proposals on what may be supported by the Christine project. So I think we'll zero in on that, but we'll give you a bit of time to really refine based on the sharing, you know, the practices in other countries. So we have Dean Sean from Curtin University, Sam, and also Michelle and myself. So, as earlier presented by Yusek Vita, this is a particular practice in Indonesia which I think is also applicable to the Philippines, where there's a clear pathway really for applied research, innovation, and commercialization in terms of you know, technology development, in terms of technology readiness levels, IRL, innovation readiness level, and market readiness levels. I think this is something that may have to be really established in the Philippine context. I know universities are practicing this, but perhaps you know, you really need to establish how this can be practiced and operationalized at the university level if we're going to follow this pathway. So for my presentation, I'll skip that. Sorry. I'll focus on our project in Indonesia, which we started designing last year. We started actually around March 2022, and this was approved in December 2022, and currently it's being implemented. Okay, so the title of the project is Promoting Research and Innovation Through Modern and Efficient Science and Technology Parks. Sounds similar, it's called Prime Step, but I think our title is quite also very clear, no? Pristine, very pure. We want to do something with this in the Philippines. So we work with the top 4 universities in Indonesia: University of Indonesia, University of Gadjah Mada, ADB, Institute of Bandung Technology, and Bogor Agricultural University, now called IPB University. So this was the actual, you know, launching of the project in March this year. So you'll see here the Ministry of Finance, BAPENAS, the Ministry of Education, Research, Culture, and Science and Technology, just under one umbrella. So I think that's one area that allows them to really put this together, because they have just one ministry trying to, steer R&D and innovations in the country. Just to walk you through a design process, we did a lot of consultations like this, and also by university. The design team from MOCRT, from ADB, went through this process of consultations, requesting a university to prepare the respective proposals from outputs, activities, phasing, implementation arrangement, including, of course, the required financing. We also visited the facilities, trying to understand what we're trying to do and how this can be scaled up through this intervention. You will notice that in these 4 universities, STPs actually have been established already. In terms of infrastructure, the government of Indonesia, through its Sharia fund, were able to access this. In terms of infrastructure development, what the project will support, actually, only one infrastructure for one university. I'll talk about it later, but more on equipping this infrastructure. So something to think through if you're already in the phase of implementing your infrastructure development projects. So we really work with a very dynamic team between and among the universities and the Ministry of MOCRT. We also look at some of the commercializable products already. We have seen a lot of this in the university. I'd like you to look at this particular picture. Within the STP and the university, they have this company that allows them to really be part of this process of helping the STP as well as the university in promoting IPs, helping them, as well as bringing in revenue streams to the STP and the university. Talking about financial sustainability, I think this is very important. How do we pursue innovation in terms of us, or you universities, are able to bring in resources so that you become more sustainable. Not just sustainable, but you can also support R&D as well as education, of course, which is the core mandate and extension work. And talking about resources, you'll be pleased to see how some of the universities in Indonesia are making use of their vast lands to be able to generate revenues. For example, this is a tea plantation. In UGM, it generates a lot of revenue for them. They support, they provide this to Lipton, for example, so that they're able to generate more revenues, among other things. No? This is an example of industry partnership with students of the university. This is a partnership with Toyota, in UGM. They help Toyota solve problems, industry problem, and Toyota provided them with robotics so that they can help them with this type of solutioning. And what you'll see also here is actually an example of products of university students or graduates in startup incubation. So in one university, these universities actually, they are able to continue to mentor, provide grants to students, not just professors or researchers or SMEs, but they allow them to go into this process of entrepreneurship and innovation. So this is actually made possible through a policy direction from the national government. As early as even before the medium-term development plan 2020-2024, which is the operational framework or the legal framework for our project, even before that, Indonesia wanted to establish more than 100 science and technology parks. I think this is where we can get one important lesson. maybe we don't have to establish 100 plus science and technology parks, because they realized in the earlier medium-term development plan, establishing over 100 STPs would require a lot of resources, and it might be challenging for them to sustain. They don't have human resources, and of course capital investment will also be a lot. So in the subsequent medium-term development plan, they just focused on 5 universities to support in terms of establishing STPs. Incidentally, last weekend, I think DOST and PESA have released, this encouragement for universities to establish KISTs. I think you have read that article. So this is the basis in terms of its of the design of the project, from top to the universities. So our project's impact statement, actually, again, similar to what Mr. Chong presented earlier, it tries to contribute to a current direction or impact at the national level. So this is where we want the project is aligned with. But at the outcomes level, this is something that is attributable to the project. So the design of the project really goes up to the outcome that we want to measure. So it has three outputs, focusing on one, infrastructure development, but mainly actually equipping facilities. The second part is on research and development and innovation grants. This is again something that might be of interest, because part of the project is to provide grants mechanism for 2 streams. One is on R&D, the other one is for startup incubation and acceleration. So out of this pool of funds, we designed a grants mechanism following the existing structure of government, where money from the project flows to the university, and at the university level, there's a way whereby proponents for R&D get screened for an existing committee, evaluates, and then at a certain level, TRL 5 and above, they can be given funds to implement and apply research so that it can go up the ladder of TRL to commercialization. On the other hand, it also supports for incubation grants for startups, so that those with low already prototypes can be further accelerate incubating. We move past this. Something to think through again. We work with 4 universities, but each university is given some kind of industry cluster that they focus on. I think Chong mentioned this earlier, alluding to this, that perhaps for the Philippines, we may want to consider, collaborating and focusing on certain priority clusters for one university, and in areas that cuts across universities, we may have to collaborate. So for example, Bandung, engineering, Ganjamada on health and pharmaceuticals, etc. ADB on agro-processing, I think similar to our universities as well. I'll discuss this sometime later when we go into the implementation arrangements. This is something that we'll have to really design very carefully so that we're able to have a project organization that works both for the executive agency and the implementing agency, the universities. Okay, so this is an example. I guess for the next 5 minutes, for ITB, for example, this is funded by the Sharia funds, but equipping this facility comes from the project itself. In terms of research priority, again, they look at the national priority, look at the innovation cluster of the university itself, and then this is where they are working under this project. So this is for ITB. Again, if you look at this pathway, it's very clear, no? In terms of the responsibility of a particular unit within the university, say basic research, it's one unit is responsible for it. But when it comes to TRL's 8 up to commercialization, there's a responsible unit, which is actually the science and technology part. So again, something to think through. And you will be pleased to know that even with this particular presentation, they're already able to show their existing industry linkages. For example, here you'll see Google, Honda, etc. So I guess I have seen it also from our universities earlier, bringing in the big players. Very quickly, they have this clear roadmap. We have also seen this from the university's presentation. UGM, similar, they have their own priorities in terms of its vision, mandate, and focus. I think you have also seen this from your presentation. That's why the process of requesting universities to provide their priorities as well as requesting for proposals is something that we hope to do through this project, Ma'am Lydia. No, we will request the universities for input so that we work together in designing the project. What I'd like to emphasize with the University of Gadjah Mara is they use a different model in terms of grants mechanism. One model that we see in the 3 universities is there are 2 streams of grants, separate for applied research as well as that of innovation, startup incubation and acceleration. For UGM, whose STP is headed by somebody from the business school, they tried to link directly the research invention, incubation, and commercialization. So the model is somehow different. The grant mechanism links research to commercialization. So in a way, from Indonesia, we're looking at 2 models. Again, there are specific clusters, research clusters that they're working on that are different from other universities, but they're also something that is common among the 4 universities. I'll walk through this very quickly. I need to give time for other colleagues from ADB, but essentially, in a way, my understanding is, we're also doing this in the Philippines, but perhaps we can also learn from this practice. Okay, this is in terms of infrastructure development in IPU University. This is the only university requested for infrastructure funding. The rest, they have been able to get it from the Sharia funds. So they want to establish this halal incubator building. I'd like to share with you how fast they do things also in this part of the ASEAN. We started processing the project in March. This particular building was ground zero. Talking about procurement, infrastructure development. March, ground zero. This is the tenants building. They'll house 6, 7 floors. All of the incubators, they'll put it here so that the faculty, the researchers could mentor the startups, right? So in March, they're still clearing the space. When we went back in July, they have already started the foundation. When we had this project approved in December, the building was already standing up. When we went back in February this year, the building was already completed. So in less than a year, they were able to build this particular infrastructure. So I think these are some of the lessons that we can also learn in terms of, because technology runs very fast, we don't have to say that, but something to think through if we're going to embark on this project. I stop here in the University of Indonesia. They have also a different focus, but I guess what we would like also to emphasize is talking about financial sustainability. Through the STP, they'd like to establish an institutional unit that really would bring this SDP into some kind of institutional independence. I don't know if it's possible here, but the idea is for them to be able to help facilitate startups, innovations, as well as bringing back some revenue streams to the SDP as well as the university. I think those are just some of the key messages I'd like to share with you. But in the process of working with individual universities, I think there are more lessons to share. I stop here. Perhaps we request Sam, would you like to go first for the country's students? Thank you very much. So after the three presentations, we'll have a perhaps short break for each university to finalize perhaps the presentation on their proposals, and maybe a 15-minute break.
Thank you, TJ, and good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to meet everyone in the room together. And this afternoon, I'm just going to very briefly go through some examples of how we can actually frame and design the project for the team. So before that, what I'd like to do is, again, very important to highlight what is
Itong last ko,
the key focus
36
of
million
this
yun
team.
ang 3-story building. So, mga equipment, mga na, 200 siguro.
So
200 siguro, sir.
Pristine is promoting research and innovation. Okay, research and innovation, which I'm sure all the universities here do very well. To strengthen transformation of what? Industry and enterprises. That's the key focus. So, industries and enterprises, what is the key thing that they are always looking at? Numbers. So, in that context, as the institutions are looking at a lot of the research, the IT, at the end of the day, the focus of this project is to focus on supporting industry and enterprises. And industry and enterprises, you're actually looking at numbers. Of course, you're not expecting the universities to drive these numbers, but at least I think very much where the institutions are able to support the industries in achieving these numbers growth. So today, I thought I'd just very briefly share with you some of the experiences from ASEAN. TJ has actually shared from Indonesia. I'll just briefly share from Singapore as well as from Vietnam. So a similar program in Singapore has actually been initiated since 1991, and of course you can see that this growth. Now, of course, correlation doesn't mean causation, so it doesn't mean that this program is actually driving, but it lines up quite nicely, I'll just say that. Okay, so as you can see from a GDP standpoint, from a GDP standpoint, it lines up nicely and based on all the different programs. Now, the program in Singapore is also targeted, in fact, even at a much higher level, at the national level, whereby you're actually looking at addressing national imperatives, things like enhancing public health, aging population, resilience in terms of water and energy, mitigating impact of climate changes. So unfortunately, we don't know farms, we can't really go into agriculture, but although we try to, especially for resilience, they call it 30 by 30, 30% of the produce is produced within Singapore by 2030, okay? And since we're actually on numbers, I thought I'd just quickly flash the numbers for ASEAN. I think so far, I think this is the key. This is the key numbers that you probably want to look at. Oops. Sorry. This is the key increase. So in the last 5 years, if you can actually see the GDP growth. Again, correlation is not causation, but I think there's quite an interesting alignment there. Okay, now very importantly, as in terms of design, this is of course from Singapore's standpoint, you're looking at things that are important to Singapore, so you can actually see these 4 different domains. That's actually how it's been put together. And 3 horizontals in terms of how it actually can be actioned within the universities. So number 1, academic research, manpower development, and number 3, innovation and enterprise. How innovation can be driven within the universities, of course, with the linkage to industry.
Yes,
Now, one of the biggest challenges that most universities have in terms of that particular linkage with universities is with industry is how you actually go about driving that. I think most of the universities are very good at the research end, all the way from TRL 1 to maybe 6, maybe even 7. But the commercialization is always a challenge. So one of the best practices that we've actually seen is to be able to achieve this is actually through an open innovation platform. So what is an open innovation platform? An open innovation platform brings together the key stakeholders of innovation. And number 1, problem owners. And typically, who are these problem owners? Industry. Actually, you'll be surprised. Industry wants its problem solved. They may be busy doing this, doing that, and anybody that goes up and volunteers to say, I can solve this problem for you, they would be more than happy to do so. Okay? The other stakeholder, problem solvers, and who are they? These are arms and legs that you can tap on to solve this problem. Of course, as a whole, the universities would actually be able to do so, but within the university, who are your actual problem solvers? Your students, your faculty. So these are problem solvers, and if you evolve it a little bit, these would be the startups that would actually come from within your university. And of course, the rest, I won't go into too much details, but technology and market enablers. So if you have technology partners, example, people with existing technology, Siemens, some of the other technology partners, ADB, robotics, example. And of course, you have already products and solutions that are existing, whether they're from these technology partners or from startups. And lastly, supporting tools. So, for instance, agencies like BTI and even like ADB ourselves, where we're trying to put some of these things together. the ability to bring everything onto a single platform, whether physically or virtually. I repeat again, whether it's physically or virtually, is something that I've seen where you are able to make that jump from TRL 6.7 all the way across, because the problem owners are happy to have their problem solved. Okay, I'll jump a little bit into some of the universities here. You have put forward very nice plans, but one other thing I'd like to emphasize is sustainability. Who's going to pay for it after the party's over? Okay, who's going to foot the bill? So I thought I'll just share very briefly an example, again in Singapore, called Fusionopolis. These two buildings, this is actually this two building, it is actually part of a much larger space in Singapore called the JTC Launchpad. Fusionopolis itself is a building whereby you actually have all these different stakeholders. Remember the diagram for the open innovation I showed just now? Everything you see there is actually encompassed here. So just to give, this is again just sharing, you've actually put forward designs for your KIST, many different locations. So this might be something that you might want to. Why? Because, frankly, these two enterprises, they are located somewhere here. To some degree, the rental pays the bill. And the rental pays the bill after the party is over after 5 years. Okay, so it's very important. Now, not only do they pay the bills, they are actually there as a resource for you, because internships, problem statements, remember the problem owners, they're just downstairs, let's do something with them. So the input is very useful if by design, you actually design your KIST whereby you're able to attract. And in fact, I think I had some conversations earlier on where there were already partners that would want to actually house themselves in the KIST, but it's not designed here. I was suggesting, tell them, do a purpose-built design. Whatever you want, I'm happy to build it for you. Just stay here, we sign a contract for the next 5 years or even 10 years. Yeah? So you have already a revenue stream. And if you recall what TJ mentioned earlier, even with land in the IPB, right? Okay. They had land, they partnered with, okay, I'll just mention the name. They partnered with Lipton Tea Plantation. So, I tell you, revenue-wise, sustainability, they have no problem. In fact, they could literally write a check anytime. So the thing is, what resources you have, what partners you can actually bring in, and because of that, they are actually very strong in R&D in tea. Okay? So, very quickly, as you basically design this, it will be very good to actually have ideally all your stakeholders within either your campus or within your KIST. Now, one other thing I'd like to highlight is remember that horizontal in manpower development, don't forget your curriculum, because that's one horizontal that you want to develop. And don't ignore, perhaps you may want to look at curriculum in terms of not only your postgraduates, but even in terms of your undergraduates. Because that is a very developmental stage in their life where you're actually able to imbue into them an innovative mindset, where they're able to solve problems. Now, if you'd like to actually have some references, I'm happy to share some of these core curriculums with you. Very useful because they really get to work with industry and solving industry problems. This is the first step at the undergraduate level. And then where they become comfortable, they are happy to go on to the next steps. Okay? I quickly snapped this from Batsu's, because when you have curriculum like that and you are able to put it in, these are also, it's actually a way to use them to, in this case, I'm sure these hackathons were trying to solve a certain problem. This becomes a resource for you to potentially win prizes. Okay? Because, and if it's, in example in Singapore, I've actually rolled this as a core curriculum out through the two Institute of Higher Learning I was in, which each had 5,000 students a year. That's total 10,000. You're looking at 400 teams a year, where you could just tap on them and leverage on these teams to go and do solve problems, whether it's for industry or for, okay, so just highlighting again, remember you have a resource available in terms of curriculum, okay, and if you need to, I'm happy to help. Okay, so just highlighting some examples of how Singapore actually leverages on universities. So these are centers where you notice it's not always just a center. It's a center and a industry partner. Like Rolls-Royce, this is actually where they actually develop Rolls-Royce engines. A lot of the planes you fly on today, they are actually using Rolls-Royce engines. With Shell, so Shell again is energy, but also multidisciplinary. I won't go into too much details, but because leave some of the time for my other colleagues. This is where you have corporate labs, but there's also the modality of establishing corporate venture launchpads. In other words, in this case, the university is kind of driving it, but you have a partner. In this case, the corporate is actually setting up its own lab, but the university is supporting. Okay, so example like Bosch for electronics, for i4.0 devices, and for ING in the fintech area. Okay, so they set up their own labs. Equity investment schemes. So in this case, okay, so I think in this case, DTI is already designing even a equity investment part of Pristine. So perhaps I would basically say DTI being Philippines would actually be also be a stakeholder in the development of and the growth of these startups. The other part is actually forging stronger connections for various reasons, because you actually have a lot of, take for example, one of the unicorns like Grab, they don't just grow in one country, they would like to actually grow in multiple countries. Especially I find Grab very, very useful, because any country I hop in Southeast Asia, I just use the same app. So the same thing in Singapore, under the GIA program, Global Innovation Accelerators, 17 nodes have been set up all over the world, whereby Singapore startups can actually just go in and just land, including London. And these include targeted for different things, like for Singapore-based enterprises, these are the programs, and for inbound foreign startups. Now, just as a quick segue, the KRSTs that you're actually planning to set up in your universities would actually have PISA incentives, which means the KRSTs that you're developing would actually be not only within the area you're at, but potentially also inbound, because you have all these nice, not only there's quite a list. I think I was going through the list of special economic zone incentives. So do also perhaps frame your KIST, bearing in mind that it could have been a much bigger picture. Now, two other programs in Singapore would be the Lean Launchpad, which is actually an education program targeted specifically at academics that are planning to launch their own products. There's some education that needs to be done there, as well as where you're actually training your alumni. So this one is a little bit different, especially if your alumni has been working in other companies. Okay, so for Vietnam, very quickly, the Open Innovation Program, where as a nation, they are actually under Ministry of Science and Technology, they're actually matching corporate businesses with digital innovation. In other words, they're actually drawing problem owners and problem statements against solutions, whether they're from the universities, and in fact, they can come from literally anywhere. Okay, so they're actually driving the opening. And a quick example, Intraco, which they have been tapping on, to solve a problem where rice is actually very big in Vietnam, and I'm sure in the Philippines as well. One of the problems is the burning of the husk and everything else to be able to clear, and that creates a lot of pollution. So what happens is under the Open Innovation Program, they've actually asked how can we solve this problem. So very quickly, a solution came up where they had bioreactors, not only in terms of converting the husk into fuel, charcoal fuel, and this applies right throughout the whole country. So with that, the owner of the problem owner, Intraco, in fact, actually is putting $1 million now onto the table to actually drive even other innovation. So these are some of the outcomes that can actually happen, especially where the industry find it very useful, where literally the universities are solving problems for them. They're happy to put more money on the table. Okay? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So lastly, VietJet. I won't go into too much details, but again, university is actually solving VietJet, the budget airline. Okay. One last thing is actually Manuovate, which is a platform that solves specifically for Industry 4.0, looking at the industries within, in fact, on a global basis. So with that, thank you. How much time?
So this time check.
Masyad.
Around
Yes,
4:30
after
we'll start with a presentation from the universities.
So
We'll just
15
finish.
minutes each. So we sharp 15 minutes, sharp 15 minutes. So we can have more discussion, because we want, the universities.
okay. Kana lang kanang sana kuan bi kanang kwarta cash.
I think the presentation is, it's shared on that.
Sige, dyan number.
I hope it can come up
sige.
here.
Tagal ko number.
And I'll start anyway. We'll just try to fix the presentation.
Mana?
Alright, firstly, good afternoon
Mana
everyone.
siya?
I know it's been a long day, so
eyesight
I will
score.
not keep you for very long on this presentation.
Mag-start.
There are some key points that I'd like to share
Eyesight.
from
Ginawatakan na ako.
experience from Thailand on their innovation ecosystem.
Ah.
or upat yan apil na si Dio ana
And if I have to put it succinctly on one slide,
Ang slide
three
sa
main
kuan
takeaways.
sir sa
The first one is action-oriented policy support. I'll go into detail on them shortly. So action-oriented policy support, meaning that action-oriented, you need to deliver action. If the policy is not working, it has to be adaptable and has to change. How do you manage that with internal policy? Is something that the project design should consider. And I would request you to start thinking about that and start giving us feedback into that. The second is development of workable partnerships. I think developing partnerships is easy, but how do you make sure that they're workable? That's again a result of continuous evaluation, and it has to be done periodically to make sure that we are getting the results that we are seeking. The third is understanding that an ecosystem has many moving parts, many players and circumstances which are also changing. So the management cycle cannot be standard or uniform. The management also has to change and it has to provide support at the right stage. Alright, so to go into the action-oriented policy support. Okay, I'll just wait for this to get fixed because it's a bit of a diagram that needs some explanation.
link lang. Dumating na lang. Yes, best. Panangkanan. Tingkat sa sige kasi work check sa daw mga content. PowerPoint na? Yes, press. Itong vision siya. Ang priority 1 niya. Walang katong mga details. Walang mga ginagmay na details. I-simplify lang na ako itong proposal. Kaya mo na katong priority 2. Kaya nga ako ikot sa hindi press. Pwede ka lagin sir, para ma-download natin sir. Lagin na lang yung mga card. Mas kung sir ang account mo siguro.
Email mo na ba? Email?
Yes, press. Tapos, pwede lang kam add to the press ako. Kaya kam add to the share. Tapos, load. More ba? More.
Alright, so getting back to the three main outputs. So coming to the first one, action-oriented policy support. So it's been discussed, the word policy comes up each time, policy on ecosystem, policy on startup development. Seems like policies are everywhere, everyone's making them, but execution seems like a whole another ballgame. To keep ourselves on track, to make sure that the policy is adaptable, it has to be a built-in feature. It's not something that, it's not a command and control model where you just plan out everything at once and everything rolls out smoothly. That's not going to work because innovation, it's a different ballgame. We don't know what the solution looks like. We don't even know what the outcome is exactly supposed to be. 3 years ago, everyone was talking about cryptocurrencies, digital currencies, all of that. Now the hype has gone down a bit, so we don't know really what is the future of these industries. Fintech, what is the future of money going to look like? We need to have our policy adapt as situation changes. And this is something that the Thai government has recognized quite clearly. They set their goals on a very high level, but the actual solution development process is left to the industry and the policy responsiveness to conduct. So on the very high level, the goal is 2% of GDP on R&D. It's at around 1.14% at the moment. For Philippines, in 2018, which was the last officially submitted number, was 0.32. As today someone mentioned that it has gone down to 0.07%. This is something that we are trying to recuperate through projects like this one, but some highlight or headline figure will give us an orientation of what type of outcomes we can expect. The second headline figure they have is something called the 1000 by 1000 program, which is development of 1000 enterprises which are generating 1000 million or 1 billion baht worth of annual revenue. That comes to around 30 million. So for a country, they want at least 1000 innovation and development based enterprises to produce that much amount of economic activity. And they want to develop 5 unicorns through this process. Now, how does the action-oriented part come in here? The way they've done it is their R&D funding and their talent pool has a direct input in co-creation, which means that the targets are not something that are assumed by a central authority. They are co-created depending on the capacity of each of these agencies, and the results will be matching those capacity considerations. So while you are increasing your own capacity, your targets are directly linked to that. If you're not able to achieve your 3-month target, you need to change either the capacity budget that you have, or you need to reduce your targets to be realistic. This process needs to happen iteratively, without which we're going in very different directions. The plans are saying something else, and our action-oriented ability to deliver is not up to par. But the main item they look at is policy engagement. And in terms of policy engagement, they've tried to keep it as market-oriented as possible, which means that you don't need to really define targets, because market-oriented outcomes are clearly selecting whichever outcomes are best for them. So for instance, a lot of the work will be done as a service. So the Chiang Mai University, which is host in the northern research park, they do not provide incubation support as a free service. They actually are asking for money from these incubators, or at least a stake. So the growth of the startup ecosystem is directly linked to their own financial well-being. How does a university manage to do that is something that we should consider in our Pristine project going forward. So overall, you'll see a number of agencies connected to different parts of the country. There are 4 main science and technology parks in the 4 biggest regions, and they work on a hub and spoke model. Hub and spoke, which means that you do not duplicate any effort, you share resources. Universities have access to each other's research capacity, and if you identify your own area of specialization, you can collaborate quite easily, because there is a nodal agency which helps you go from one part of your innovation process to the next. So I hope, I know it's not very clear, but each science and technology park has its own area of specialization. So in the north, you'll have organic food, wellness and tourism, creative economy. In the south, it will be seafood, rubber-based innovation and tourism-related products. And within the science and technology part, each university has its own area of specialization and research. So say one part is focusing on food packaging, another one can do on food safety standards. What you need to do is that the startups need to have access to both, and they have access to specialized skills and technology at the same time, instead of trying to do everything at once. coming to the second main takeaway, is to have workable partnerships. We've heard today that signing MOUs is one thing, but actually making sure that they're resulting in tech capacity building and development, that requires some more effort, or it gets stalled at some point. So the way the Thai ecosystem has approached this is to start small but be agile. Do not take up more than you can. The network is not what it was when it began. They did not have everyone on board when they started. They started small with 16 universities in all the parts, and they have grown organically because each university sees the benefit of joining it and gets results immediately when they do. They've grown to 44 universities in the Science and Technology Park network. So this has avoided something called premature load bearing, which is asking a system to do something much before it's ready to take on the challenge. And that's something that often results in wonderful policies or very nice sounding form structures, but the functions are not able to keep up. So if institutions can be more agile, it serves a much better outcome, because you can test your hypothesis continuously and adapt and grow at a sustainable rate. Alright, so they have three main approaches for providing support to their startups and innovation agencies. The first one is the inside-out approach. This is one of the more traditional methods. It's a push method where we identify some area, we provide research funding, goes into publication and then commercialization. But the key factor here is it's still called inside out. A lot of research gets held up in the inside part. The out is where you have to make sure that the research is self-fulfilling, which means that the licensing is a key component. So once you have the IP, publication has to lead to an IP, which has to lead to licensing. Without this, you can keep on applying for grants, but if you want true commercialization and viability, the out part has to be the key focus. So one example is on using longan and extracting the essence from it. And this was licensed out to a firm they called PM Group. They make Nescafe and Krispy Kreme in Thailand. So they use that essence as an IP property. And it's a 25-year license for an undisclosed amount, but we assume that they recuperated most of the amount that was spent in R&D process. So there are many more examples, but the push has really been on the commercialization aspect. The second approach is the outside-in approach. This is something that Sam was mentioning, where you really need companies to come in and help them solve their problems. So this is again done as a commercial service. So companies they come in and file with the science and technology part for a solution requirement. The STP then analyzes the feasibility based on their own capacity, and they hire specialists to solve that problem. They then have active collaboration. They work with the company to diagnose what the issues are. They then apply for funding. They do not receive funding directly. They have to apply for their own funding for this. There can be some support from the STP, but it's only after financial viability is proven that the project can actually go ahead. And then IP contract is executed and solution transfer takes place to the private agency that's applied for this. And with this, they actually have quite a wide range of clients. Some of the logos are here, but it seems like they have at least 100 clients who already been serviced. And they have an incentive to keep coming back because you're delivering on a short-term basis. So every 6 months you need an output or a 6 to 1 year period, and then you keep developing your portfolio of industries that you have served. The third one is the startup approach. This is used when there are solutions which are more or less ready, or the business case is ready for a go-to market. Here the support is much more in terms of handholding. So the Northern Science Park defines it in terms of, they use the analogy of mountaineering, and they call it the valley of success, where most of the startups actually do not pass through, or are unable to pass through because they don't receive the right kind of support that they require. So they provide a lot more hand-holding in terms of establishing product market fit. Marketing is one of the main things that we saw is required. So they have their own Inno store, like innovation store. This is where all the startups that are incubated, they can buy some space, and it's in a prime location somewhere where market access is easy. So for universities that are located remotely, you can have a joint venture space somewhere in Manila in one of the malls perhaps. And this is some place where you can keep testing product market fit. So some of the products they've shown is extracting collagen using, I think they used passion fruit as one of their inputs. Another one is using papaya for making insect repellent. So really, I mean, it's a question of whether you can do value addition. Papaya often is used in food processing, but to generate something more high-tech requires a bit more R&D there. Right, and the last thing they're doing, which they found to be relatively easier, is an open innovation platform, because this can be a global platform quite easily. The way they're using it is somewhat of a passive network where you have student exchange, faculty exchange and so on, but this is always available to you to activate. So whenever you require some specific technical input that you're not able to find within the country, you go to these networks to get outputs. The last takeaway is responsive ecosystem cycle management, which means that how do you know, or how do you invest financial resources in a place where we don't know what works. So from left to right here, you see on the left safe bets, usually low tech, easy to derive market fit. So you already have some established case. On the right, you see high risk, high return propositions. So on the safe bet, what they've done is they've identified BCG, which is bio, circular and green industry. Because it's related to agri, and agri demand is pretty inelastic. Everyone has to consume some amount of agri products. They're trying to up-level that and make it more bio and green, or green-proof it as much as possible. So the papaya example is one of the things. The extraction from longan is another one there. On the high-risk side, they're betting on future mobility and smart electronics. So this will include drone technology, smart electronics such as internet connected smart devices and so on. And the last thing they're also doing is on resource management. What they've done is, instead of doing a government procurement to analyze what the future of human resources is going to look like, they have established startups within their own incubation units, and they've guaranteed, if the standards are met, they have guaranteed them a market. So they will analyze the nationwide human resource requirement, and the startups that are present in their own campuses can do that, but they just have to deliver upon expected terms. So a lot of this is being done successfully. Some of these can be directly adapted into the proposed project. And I think the main question is, how do we make sure the policy support is action oriented and refines itself with time? How do we ensure that partnerships actually are resulting to expected outcomes? And how do we financially and sustainably ensure that the medium to long term investment cycle is taken care of? Because the project is most likely going to be around 5 years or so, but the returns are going to be over 20 period horizon at least. So these type of issues are something that Thailand has done. So I hope we can discuss more if these are of immediate concern for the universities here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice request, Dean Sean, please.
Okay na rin sir. Ginagpan. Dana na globo na yung stipis sir. Kaya para masyada po. Globo na yung stipis. Tama din.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been wonderful learning about your universities, and I guess my presentation this afternoon is a little bit different because I'm like you, I come from a university, and I'd like to share with you a little bit about our journey. So first of all, I guess context is everything. Many of you may never have heard of Curtin University or Western Australia. I'm sure most of you have heard of Australia, but we're in the west part. So I'll give you a little bit of a quick overview of us in numbers. We're a very small state. We're only 2.5 million people in the entire state, less than 2 million in the capital city, Perth, where we're located. But we have 60,000 students. We have 4,000 academic staff. Our operating budget is a little over $1 billion a year. We have 3,500 publications a year and 2,000 research degrees candidates. We have got very expansive links with industry. We have about $30 million in contracts and consultancies, $20 million a year in royalties, and almost $500 million in government grants. So that's just a little bit about us. The next one, Nika. I'll just click my finger, okay, and it might appear. So here we are here. So we have a quick quiz question. How many times do you think that the island of Luzon can fit inside this orange area here? So I'll give you some multiple choice so you can see if you can get it right. Is it between 1 and 5 times, 5 and 10 times, 10 and 20 times, or more than 20 times?
10 and 20.
5 to 10?
10 and 10.
Who said more than 20? It's a bit ambitious, yeah. But you're right. It's we're a big space, and context is everything when it comes to universities. It's a very big, empty place filled with lots of minerals and energy. So, Nika, thanks. Next one. Next one, I think let's just move on very quickly. So I want to share a little bit about how we got from, from where we were perhaps at 20 years ago or 30 years ago to the point now where we have very big contracts to do research with industry. This is an example of one that's just been announced recently. It's a $250 million project to work with critical minerals area. It involves government, big industries, and the idea is to turn research outputs into breakthrough services, products, and new businesses. So I'd just like to share a little bit about how we got to that point. We're encouraged and we like to spend a lot of time reflecting on what it is that we're good at a university and what we're not very good at. We're good at generating new knowledge. We're good at sharing that new knowledge with others through our publications and like being here today and working with our colleagues around the world. We're good at preparing people to use that knowledge in the workplace and other industries. They're the things that universities have traditionally been very good at. The kinds of things we're not very good at is we've not been very good about commercializing that knowledge into new products and services. We've not been very good at influencing governments to recognize the value of our research and, and give us more money to do that. Our return on investments from the government in terms of RDI performs better than the Australian bond market does. It performs better than privately investing on ASX listed companies. We do very well. The return is about 10-12% sometimes. But we've not been very good at convincing our government to give us more money to do research that will increase our GDP. So we're actually quite low, about the lowest we've been in a long time. About 0.5% of our GDP is spent on government R&D. It's very, very low. So we had to kind of rethink the way that we were going to do research, and that's what I'll just quickly share with for the next few minutes. So we have a bunch of research themes that are very similar. We're a comprehensive university, but there are some things that we really excel in. We're the #2 ranked university in the world for minerals and mining engineering. We're in the top 50 universities in the world in geology, geophysics, earth sciences, marine sciences, some areas of health sciences as well. So given the nature of what we do, it's very much about the context of us as a state. Thanks. So this is how we tend to organize our research now, and I'm going to talk about some of these because they're quite relevant for the project that you're embarking on. We have centers of excellence, and those centers of excellence are established by a competitive process from government funds to demonstrate your abilities through the Australian Research Council. And they're based on merit. Can you demonstrate that you are world's best standing in that area of research, because we're going to enable you to continue down that road. We have industry research centres, which, as the name suggests, are funded largely by industries. Research institutes that tend to be internal. I'll go down now to the cooperative research centres. This has been a very successful model in Australia. A cooperative research centre is where the federal government commits a pile of money, and that is matched by industry and a consortium of universities who work together. And then the other one that I'm going to talk a little bit about is facilities as well. We have a very different model for the way that we develop facilities and the way that we use those facilities. Thanks, Ian. Okay, you can see here we participate. We've done very well out of federal government funding, as you can tell from the first slide. Last year we received about $430 million in grants from the federal government towards some of this research. Some of the important ones at the moment are future battery industry, CRC, the future energy exports, innovative manufacturing, and a range of others. So you'll be able to go to our website and have a look at all of these as well in some more detail. The next. The ARC Centre of Excellence as well. You can tell that there's some of these are in industry cooperation as well. The Optus Curtin Centre of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence is an example of that. It's funded by a big telecommunications company as well as the Australian government. Industry research centres, there's a range of those. I'll just move through these quite quickly now. Research institutes that we have there that are set up across a lot of areas, and the research facilities here. This is kind of relevant. We had a delegation from Indonesia visit Curtin, and we went to visit some of these facilities here. These facilities are very big investments in infrastructure, high-tech infrastructure. And what we've actually been able to do is to commercialize that infrastructure in many ways. So it's very unlikely that you'll get a grant to get an expensive piece of equipment. Can we just go to the next slide? There's a few others. An example of this would be the Pawsey Supercomputing Centre that's been set up. It's the biggest supercomputer in the Southern Hemisphere, located on Curtin campus. But we collaborate with that infrastructure for a range of clients throughout the world. And that has become a profitable centre in its own right. Radio astronomy, this is a very expensive project as part of the Square Kilometre Array. It's the most expensive land-based science project in the history of mankind. About $20 billion is going into this particular project, and a range of others. The underwater acoustic recorders there, We actually have a delegation from Hasanuddin University in Perth at the moment, and we're doing some work with that infrastructure around monitoring seagrass and fish assemblages in Sulawesi. So there's some examples of how we use that both locally, that equipment, but also internationally as well with partners. Thanks. So, I think it's about 15 years ago now, we established a commercialization directorate at the university, and it's a very professional organization that's well equipped now. It's a self-funding organization. We have a defined IP policy in place and a commercialization process. It varies according to the demand, but typically when an industry comes to us to solve a problem, it's done with our staff who are paid by us and working with us. So the model is more often than not a 50-50 arrangement with the person who brings the context to us. And then internally, the commercialization office takes half of that 50%, so 25%, and then 25% goes to the faculty or division or school or center or institute who does the work and associated that. And that enables the research office to continue to provide those services. And the other relevant section about us as a university that I think is relevant is around entrepreneurship and coding. And we have a range of processes that I'll get you to click through now. We have a very big sort of awards process that's called the Code Innovation Awards. We'll go to the next one. An ignition system, which is something that we encourage all staff and students to participate in. It's our first stage. It's an intensive training program for aspiring entrepreneurs. And that leads on to the next one, Nika, which is Accelerate program, which is a 12-week program that will grow sort of entrepreneurial capabilities amongst our staff and our students. Keep in mind, these are not only open to the students and the staff of the universities, but they're open to the broader community as well. And we've had some very, very successful outcomes from this particular program over the last decade. An example of something that you may use, Canva. It's like our biggest unicorn in Australia at the moment. That came out of this program here, for instance. And there are a range of others. In fact, this has contributed to 6 of the 9 unicorns in Australia, this system over the last decade. Kickstart is a program that we use to provide internal funding to startups and those who go through stage 1 and stage 2. The grants are somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000, and we provide money for those. We have also a range of entrepreneurs in residence program, and some of these are very big, successful entrepreneurs. Bill Tai is one of those at the moment. He was the founder of Zoom, an early entrant in Twitter at the moment. Also, we have another entrepreneur in residence who was the founder of something called Angry Birds. Don't ask me what it is, but apparently it used to be a big thing sometime. You guys know Angry Birds? Good, I don't. Have no idea what it is. A cartoon, right? Or a computer game or something. Something like that. So, and there's a range of things. So those, and a range of other entrepreneurs in residence that we have. So all of these things combine together to form a sort of an ecosystem that has allowed us, I think, to do a better job at the things we recognize we weren't particularly very good at. And it's a little bit about our journey. Maybe there's one more. The final one is West Tech Fest, which is a technology festival that we founded some years ago with the state government, excuse me, to provide an opportunity for the startup communities to talk to investors. So we spent a lot of money on becoming very close to the investors in Western Australia, for whom there are many of. And I think the final point that I want to make, that's the end of the slides there, but the final point I want to make is that international collaborations are really important. And what I mean by that is we recognize, particularly in my portfolio of ASEAN, where we've been around for a long time, we have 62,000 alumni just in ASEAN alone. We have campuses in Malaysia, in Singapore. We have programs running in Vietnam and in Thailand and in Indonesia. But we spent probably a good decade running around signing memorandums of understanding, which turned out to be aspirational love letters that got put into a filing cabinet. And not much more happened as a result of them. And we're very disinclined to continue down that road, but we are always looking for meaningful partnerships in other areas. And I encourage any of you, if you've got some ideas about how you'd like to partner, we'd be very open to some of those conversations. Thank you. A minute on the time.
Picture sa kote press kay akong pagdalas to mga kauban nitong ikuan.
Thank you very much, Sean. Sean, would you like to come in or? Okay. So I guess the next part of this session is really to look at your ideas and the proposals, what you think you want to propose to be covered under this proposed prestige. So very briefly, before we go for this break, I'll just show you some kind of guide. While I know that you have already prepared your presentations, for example, in the concept note that I shared with you, there were 4 outputs, but in Mr. Chong's presentation earlier, we sort of trimmed this down to 3, right? So in terms of framing your presentation, would like to suggest
Akong gi-align na press.
you could look at these 3 areas. One is on infrastructure development, which is output 2. The other one is on the innovation ecosystem, looking at industry transformation and grid transition, including how you think grants, financing mechanisms should come in to support your innovation programs. And third, in terms of capacity building, output 3. So, given this, it might be good if you can have some kind of a preliminary costing. I'll show you some view. Okay, so this is some simplified version of how you can present, but you don't have to change what you have already prepared. But when you discuss it, you may want to look at it in this way. One, in terms of the sub-outputs that you'd like to propose by output, as well as the preliminary cost estimate. Obviously, later on, we will have to go into details. Next slide. So, during the preparation of your project proposal, you will have to prepare something like this in terms of actual numbers for civil works, equipment, research and innovation grants, as well as capacity development, capacity building, and institutional strengthening. And of course, in terms of human resource development. Next. Okay. Again, another way of presenting this, which will be very useful in terms of projecting the budget requirements over 5 years, which is the project implementation period, which will also be very useful in looking at the economic analysis and financial analysis. You will have to present this by year. So this also suggests that you'll propose something that is based on your readiness and absorptive capacity. You don't want to request for something that you cannot absorb. So over 5 years, and finally, this will again go back to the overall summary of the financing cost estimate by output, and in terms of the contingency requirements. We'll take care of this, that the project design team will look at this at the project level, not at the sub-project level, because we have to look at the physical contingency as well as the price contingency taking into account the, price escalation. This is something that we really have to work on very closely. So I stop here. Is there another slide?
Yes, President.
Yeah, and of course, finally, you have to look at, how much you'll be requiring from the proposed project as well as how much can you put up from your own resources, your counterpart.
We do apologize, we only have 1 day for this session, it seems a little bit overwhelming. We apologize for that. We wanted to do it longer, but I think because there's an urgency also to submit the PIP, by the DTI. Sometime in early September, we are going to have the country programming mission between the government of Philippines and ADB. So that is where we are putting this project inside our pipeline. So if we don't, do this submission of PIP, then we may get stuck, in getting the project approved into the pipeline project, right? So it's in a bit of rush, but I hope we sort of, streamline this for you by putting into 3 big pieces, the 3 outputs. Think of it like 3 components, and then also the breakdown, in terms of the year, 2025, 2026, 27, 28, 29. So the year is important because we will not be able to get the budget for next year because it will still be processing the project. So, and also, even if we try, we will not be able to do it because the budget cover is too late for this year anyway, for 2024. So in Philippines, the process is a little bit more tedious and long. So we are aiming for submission of the budget cover for 2020 in 2024, so that by 2025 we can use the financing for implementation of your respective project activities. So I hope that is clear enough. But you also don't have to worry too much. If you are not getting 100% precise, we don't need the precision at this point of time, because once the PIP is submitted, the project is included into this year country programming mission for the Philippines. Then we will have time to work on fine-tuning the details, the costing, and things like that. So in a way, if your estimate is off a little bit, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so I hope this is fine for all of you. We will definitely have more workshop like this going forward. Sometimes we may do it with the university respectively. Sometimes we can have it in a group as well. So that is after the project is listed in the pipeline project after the country programming mission. So not to worry about it. And also, today we only involve the universities because this will be a project that is owned by the DTI as well as the universities. But going forward, we also need to have active consultation with the private sector as well, because eventually, that has to be fed. Whatever you produce, we want the private sector to also be able to use it. So I stop here. I hope this is fine with all of you.
Okay, so in terms of presentation, who would like to, while we are on break, we have 10-minute break, who would like to present first in terms of what we want to propose to be supported and covered under this first project? So we resume, in terms of presentation, we start in
Ako lang utangan og kan tara na ko og kaning katong
We'll give you 15 minutes each to make the presentation.
ano datong kuan press kaning kuan prioritization, so kuan na siya usang tanawan kuan siya press output 1 na ako.
Pasensya na po at puro trabaho. Medyo
Recording in progress.
Padala mo naman sa university. I sent you this PowerPoint presentation just for your guide in case you want to look at it. But this will be useful later. I think for the presentation, you can just focus on this particular slide. Of course, on what you have prepared already in terms of infrastructure, grants, and capacity development. Dala ko sa inyo, sir. Yan.
Sige.
You don't have to present it in this matrix, no? You can use what you have prepared already in terms of articulating what you want to be supported by this project. Just some kind of...
Tumagi mo kung sa kanana press para dali. Para murag pag-summarize ni mo tanan, isa katanawan na lang.
So last thing I mean, oh, you mean part of the process? Yeah, absolutely.
Saan tayo? Sa amin, dito, sa inyo. Ito, kung sino ho, sino magpapakain mo na.
But there's other colleagues.
Ilan tayo? Doon sa amin, na. So, mag-4, 5, mga ilan kayo?
Nakakapunta ba kayo sa
Hindi, pwede naman kami maghanap ng lugar na mas marami.
Balik kita sa inyo.
Meron. Mga 10 pa kasi tayo sa taas sa 6 floors. No problem. Sige, sabihin mo na lang.
I work with for a little bit so far. How is it deliver and quality? They put you in the best position. Exactly. So if you're a good manager, you really care about what she's doing with it. And I guess the next step is see how she provides feedback. Perhaps not forward, but underachieving or their standards. Yeah, so that's, I haven't seen that yet.
Rather than a fight for, you can rectify But then they have to be willing to be available.
I think it's more the India itself I don't know. What I see and heard is it seems they know a bit more already. So they will until you had some kind of real strong value. Then it's hard to be in that position and add value unless you're somebody unless you're there with somebody who's kind of as well. So that's why we're
Sir, gusto niyo bang mauna?
Pwede.
Okay.
Wait lang, yung table na lang.
Sobrang specific kasi take home mo yan.
Gawa na lang ako ng table na lang ito. Saka lagyan ko ng
You'll see each other.
This guy is he controls any kind of SME engagement across all the sectors. You have to consult. If you misconsult and you don't consult on protocol, you have to step over and they just call their language. So you have to be in with this guy in order to try to add value in your stuff. That layer is tough. And obviously it's a very different process. BA is quite their own it's like their administration of their concept potentially remain or executing. And they have the concept and have the vision before we start. That's an extra step. That's a big step.
We'll wait for you, Secretary, also for the presentation. So far, we have one volunteer to present first, USDP. Feeling another volunteer.
Wala ganitong project 1 gani sir. Lagi kong course kami sa project 1. Project 1. Wala pa ako pang kung dozen. Press. Wala lang ako. Ako may pasa dila press ha. Sa imo ha. Kaning table para insert nimo. Press na ako ipadala press sa mong email ng table. Yan. Kuha na lang utang ng figures.
You're in a position where obviously you want to learn and kind of volunteering for kind of reduce costs, etc. And you're in a position where you kind of confirm. You can all pay. Let's see. There's no regrets. Kind of regret the long extra work, but no regrets in terms of your best efforts. Yeah, exactly. It's a good thing. The silver lining.
But regret could be in the sense that like I wish I managed that. Rather, yeah. Because your boss cares about it. Did you get the PCR out? They don't care whether it's a final goal. Exactly. They're not going to be like, oh, you spent like this much. As long as it's out, they don't care.
They have to defend themselves in bigger meetings. Some people don't realize that until 10 years later, so you realize it fairly quickly. So it's
no, because I would ask this question. I'm doing what's like upside of doing that. They would be like, nothing. Like there is no upside. Maybe you can tell this to other people.
The only upside is that. So if you actually do it yourself, like, I mean, if it's PCR for anything, right? You'll know how to do it better than because you know how time and skills. That's a big skill. That's a skill, but it's also current consultant.
Like I joined 2 years ago. First year, they put me in charge of this that the social and welfare like basically organize the year and party. And then like a few and the new person usually does work. They put me in charge. Again, same.
Project 1 pa lang siya. Kung gusto na ito makuha ang output, kuha. project pa man na siya. Project.
Should I take this workout or not? Should I do it or not?
Project 1, 4, 5, 6.
Infrastructure ba yun?
Yes, please.
1 million na tayo.
Yes, please. Kaya kami na siya. Katong mga output, ano yung mga project, mga tayo mga project. So, asa dito sa unong ka project na maigo ang yung output mo. So, mag-iana lang ako para dali siya ma-align. So, ano yung P1, P4, project. Para dali na lang.
The greatest manager I've had is one exactly. That's what it is. The 360, what do you call it? 360.
Project 504, sir.
P6.
Project 504 na nila. Bale, ang project 4.5 ko, kaigo ko na kaya na siya marag. Tapos, ganito, 3. Project 2, ano to? Project 2, project 3. So, project 2, budget kay 40,000. 15 eh? 15. Rough lang sa ni.
3 years na?
Oh. Tatlo po na eh. Tatlo po na yung mga. Bigay managna na yung mga engineer. Awad managna, sir. Awad managna ang either manubra o makulang ng budget.
Yeah, but this is again such as from like the actual, which is probably like exponential of the number of people who would want to work and that's what I'm asking. Yeah. No, I think that's what basically the best set to do. That you just have to go to it.
It's a dangerous, very dangerous play to recycle. I mean, in terms of doing things like elected innovation in many ways. And they're not flexible. Learning this is my expertise, and that's and you have to actually.
kuha na mo ano yung mga identified na think niya alignment sa DTI nga ADB sa DTI nga tayo mo ni siya and then with the parable system meaning our project the priority area or projects P1, P4, P5, P6 aligned to one. So meaning in short ang point diri tanan na mo mga project diri align sa tulong. So kung let's say focus lang mi sa ang point mo nila to kay kung focus lang dito output ko so at least natay upat ka project na pwede mo i-go sa project ko na siya project 6 nila so to talk about more details so sa sunod ng mga presentation sa sunod na po na meeting una na ito i-present ka ng mga details na
mechanic ka naman
ha?
mechanic ka naman
oo ako lagi kondaan dito na ata si KP ganyan mo anak sir? KP?
Delay na. Ako pa to. Sila ni Sanier.
Sanier.
Ano yung mga dropping dito? Isa requires. Yung parang sabit ako isa. Sabit ako nida.
Nida hatong innovation plan?
Oo.
Itong sa JICA? JICA? Sige lang. At least nakaprepare na nadaan, Chris. Tanong lang at tanong ba?
Pero yun.
Mura gid mura kuha na ni press mura kag CEO po na. Mura kag kanang mura kag startup ba kay mura kag start. Sige pitch ba. Yung ay mi kuha na. Naman na mo traction.
Sa National Innovation, yung City Phone, Chamber,
gwapo po di ani nga tiradas presa comment lang ko gwapo ba ni nga suggestion ako di ba naman tayo na-identify na para sa pitch food ba mag-start of problem di ba nato tong problem nga itong lima na ito nag-start of problem and then at the same time para ma-align po sa effort sa ADB o sa DTI mo ni among na-propose na solution answer sa gaps ani mga na-identify ano itong ibutang dito sa first slide siguro.
We're not from Brazil. A lot of the Portuguese from Portugal, they don't want to really, they don't, a lot of people, you don't want to really just like the quality.
Picture mo ito natin itong table press kaya matana sila sa datang himo daw. Ano yung memo na himo? Ano ito na himo? Tayo na sa ano daw dagko daw kayo. Gidagko na mo kay kung pagam yung dagko gyapon.
Ato na yung polahe. So, marino man
Ah, kwan. Oh.
Set mo na ito ni Tanan.
Pwede gyapon. Pwede gyapon. Para sa pinakalas. Ano pinakadali ma-kwan preso? Dire ka mo kadto.
Start tayo. Sir, okay na. Nandiyan na si ma'am.
Sige. Sige, ganun rin ako ang recruiter press.
Okay. I think music is here. So we can start with the presentations.
Decided to try to get good. The funny thing is, perhaps I stayed in the Middle East for 10
Sige,
Tanggalan mo.
sila flight sila. Graduation kayo sir bukas, no? Yeah, hello. Pasensya na po. Yeah, sorry, I think we have to resume because our colleagues from the STP, they have to fly back to Cagayan de Oro. Hindi na.
Graduation tomorrow.
Sir?
Nobody is finished yet?
Yeah, finished. You still need to present first.
Oh, okay.
Sir Butchang.
So, first to present, first to get money. Is that correct?
Yes,
the first to present will have the
First financing.
privilege of
First cut out the financing.
okay, so at least for the proposed, I'm sure you have your specific outputs that you'd like to be supported, but please bear in mind that in terms of the requested amount, the preliminary amount is will have to be backed by more thorough
Dere na mo na to kadua alam na
analysis,
to brainstorman maayo.
even looking at our respective readiness and absorptive capacity, so that it will become more manageable. So we'll have USDP first to present. We'll give 15 minutes each. Thank you, sir.
Share na ba?
Save na sir.
I-share na ba?
Yes sir, yes.
Sa diretso ulit sa ano po, sir, sa Zoom. So, who will be next? Si MMSU, VSU, and then the Campus State University. We'll follow the same order siguro. Okay, thank you to Dr. Aldaba, the USEC DTI, Mr. Chong Pokgin, Senior Social Sector Specialist of ADB, Dr. Agropist, President of Mariano Marcos State University, Dr. Terso Okelio from Batangas State U, and Dr. Tolin from Saya State U, and all university officials present here,
the ADB consultants, and all the personnel. Good afternoon once again. This is the USTP's proposed projects, no, in support to jumpstart the establishment of Science and Technology Park. I presented earlier that the university proposed to establish three science and technology parks. No? We are ambitious, but this is supported with our 10919, RA10919, where we are mandated to establish the Science and Technology Park. Now, we envision to have this innovation triangle where I have mentioned already the three science and technology parks. There's a potential to establish that in Alobihin, in Claveria, and in Villanueva, where there are industries around in that area. So we formulated the vision already. We have this workshop conducted, stakeholders forum, and we come up with this vision of our science and technology park, a premier university-led is-anti park in the Philippines that hosts a sustainable, climate resilient, and livable environment, enjoyed by diverse, values-oriented, and entrepreneurial community, thriving in a robust and innovative, inclusive economy, supported by smart, green, and state-of-the-art infrastructure system, and governed by a responsive, transformative, and principled leadership. And we have this mission, build the world of work into the actual higher education, offer entrepreneurs the opportunity to maximize their business potential through a gamut of services from product conceptualization to commercialization, and contribute significantly to the national development of food security, safety, and energy sufficiency, and security through technology solutions. This is our framework, the quadruple helix of collaboration, the IPO framework, where input, process, output, and outcome. For our input, the funds, the facilities, the people, the ideas, the information, the equipment, and the industries, and the government. For the process, we wanted to have a partnership collaboration, the gathering data, conduct research, marketing promotion, capacity building, review and evaluation, the open space technology, the ideation, intervention courses, innovation summit, and so on and so forth. For our output, we wanted to have these patents, publication, products, research outputs, business incubators, accelerators, innovation centers, research centers, services, and infrastructure. And the outcome is to increase investment in that region, to increase more startups, entrepreneurs, and also technology utilization, commercialized products, and specialized graduates and experts. Now, before we come up with this project, we tried to conduct. We have a group, no? We have a group of different offices. By the way, I have here the USTP, Dr. Lorelia, the manager of Technology Business Incubation. So we have 5 people who conduct to prioritize what would be the best projects that we can propose, no? So the prioritization of the projects is determined by their alignment with the key criteria of responsiveness, readiness, and relevance, with an emphasis on infrastructure development, capacity building, innovation, and sustainable energy solutions. So these are the priority projects that we found out and evaluated based on that criteria. First, priority 1, detailed engineering design for the Aguila East-Anti Park Road Network. Second, capacity building of East-Anti Park's leadership training. Third is capacity building training on sustainable infrastructure and design. Fourth is the IDEA Center, which is IDEA Center for Innovative Technologies, Enterprises, and Services. The acronym is ASI-SITES. The fifth is the Agropolis East-Anti Park establishment, and the energy. The last one is the energy of the Aguila East-Anti Park power and internet supply system. For the first project, detailed engineering design, this is to enhance accessibility and sustainability in the USTP Aguila East-Anti Park through an initiative focused on innovative road and drainage engineering solutions. And then these are the details of that project. The name, the title, the duration, 18 months. The location is in the Aguila East-Anti Park. The vision is convention of innovative ideas and technology solutions, house, industrial hub, and commercial centers, academic campus, and government centers for economic development. By the way, the are already government centers who wanted to relocate in that area. 20 government, regional government agencies who wanted to relocate in that area. So in order to invite them, no, then I think there is a need to develop a road network. We already identified a 5 hectare for these government centers to establish in that area. Now for phase 1, allocate road network and drainage system that will provide accessibility, development of livable infrastructure, detailed engineering solution, and environmentally friendly solutions, no? Land utilization, and initial phases and the long-term vision of this project. The objective is to produce complete engineering designs and documents for road network and drainage system with minimal environmental impact, ensure sustainability principles in the design, employ world-class environment-friendly infrastructure solutions. The deliverables here, detailed designs for all road net sections, including locations for underground and overhead electric lines, water supplies, lines, etc. And design and computation of surface runoff water waste, including specification of culverts, inlets, etc. Design of bridges, if any. So the amount of this design, detailed design, is around 12 million. This is approximated cost. Inclusion encompass professional fees for the local technical team, equipment, printing expenses to travel, and mobilization and accommodation expenses. The second project is capacity building. This is anti-parks leadership training. This is to empower USTP Innovation Triangle through a comprehensive leadership training workshop series, strategically designed to foster management competency and accelerate innovation, aligning with global, national, and regional developments. No? A rigorous 1 or 2 year training program aimed at equipping leaders, targeting alignment with 8 specific SDGs and key aspects of the Philippine Development Plan and the National Special Strategy. Again, this is the detail of that project. Duration around 2 fiscal years. Purpose to establish these 3 science and technology park constituting the USTP Innovation Triangle, the global context, the SDGs here, the national context aligned with Philippine Development Plan, regional context, and then USTP, which is mandated, no, to establish the science and technology park. Again, this is the objective of this project: comprehensive training in operations and total quality management, real estate and property management, disaster risk reduction and management, sustainable agriculture or landscape, aim to increase leadership competency for USTP Innovation Triangle management. Management tasks, coordination, and communication among stakeholders, R&D, etc. Accelerating research and development with policy framework, operational plan, advancing management, expertise in operations, business, marketing, negotiation, and communication skills. The framework and plan is comprehensive, multi-policy framework. And then stakeholders, the USTP, the implementers, the local and foreign investors, the startups, and the LGUs and communities. Budget requirement, 14 million. So for the next project, capacity building, training on sustainable infrastructure and design. We need to have a training on sustainable infrastructure and design at USTP fills the pressing needs for environmentally sustainable solutions by equipping technical professionals with advanced technologies and skills in green architecture, fostering long-term sustainability for USTP's S&D part. No? This will engage and develop 30 participating technical personnel and professionals across field of specialization, and this will offer a replicable sustainable energy framework and architectural and engineering design. So this is the detail of that project. Again, the objective is to equip engineering and architectural technical professional for sustainable infrastructure. No? Ensure sustainability principles are embedded in infrastructure concept and design, and employ green architecture and engineering solutions for long-term sustainability. There is a goal here, the target audience and the budget requirement is 6 million pesos. Now the priority 4, which is the Aguila Idea Center. This is Idea Center for Innovative Technologies, Enterprises, and Services. We call it iSite. The iSite will be located at East Anti Park, Aguila East Anti Park. as a start, no? Because there are 3 locations. So we propose to have an eyesight per location, but we propose the Aguila Esante Park in first at the eyesight Aguila Esante Park. So eyesight includes diverse areas like makerspace, laboratories, co-working spaces, and research facilities, fostering innovation and community. The eyesight incorporates solar energy collection and water catchment system, emphasizing environmental sustainability. So this is the concept of this eyesight. There's a 10 level of support for our, this is a 10 level of support services towards commercialization with the concept of one-stop shop support for innovation and entrepreneurship programs and activities of the university. Now this is the detail of that project. Objectives to produce complete and detailed architectural and engineering design for sustainable construction, set an architectural and engineering benchmark for sustainability, ensure green architecture and engineering principles, employ world-class and eco-friendly solutions for long-term sustainability, and acquire and operate state-of-the-art facilities for this proposed eyesight. Now, the budget requirement here is around 630 million. The infra projects, the research facilities, and also the professional fees, the free engineering study. Now, for the 5th one is the Agropolis Esante Park establishment. This is another eyesight actually, but this is 400 million, but this you can priority when it comes to the eyesight. The first is in the Aguila, and if there is more funds, then we can propose the eyesight 2, no, located in the Aguila, in the Claveria, which is the Agropolis Esante Park. The last one here is the Aguila Electric Power and Internet Supply. This Aguila Electric Power Initiative, integrating renewable energy resources and smart grid technologies at USTP Esante Park, aims to create a future-proof and environmentally sustainable power system to balance demand, reduce cost, and modernize the electrical distribution network for the key stakeholders in the region. So sustainable energy integration, focusing on higher reliability and lower capital cost, and also smart system components aligning with future electrification goals. The detail, the objective, here, this will be implemented in 2 to 3 years, and the objective is to introduce renewable energy sources for efficient integration into future smart distribution network, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and cost through comprehensive technology and intelligent microgrid controllers, and employ distribution energy system, no, to overcome challenges related to conventional power plants. So again, the budget here is around 368 million. So, based on that output, the output 1 for this 4 project, project 1, project 4, project 5, project 6, a total of 0.4 billion. For output 2, this is research and innovation skills development facilities for industrial transformation and green transition in select sectors to support MSMEs, around 414 million. For the Idea Center and the Agropolis. And the output 3 capacity of DTI, Select STI, and industry-based institutions enhanced. This is Project 2 and Project 3, the eyesight in the Aguila Esante Park. The proposed focus on this eyesight 1, which is the Aguila Esante Park, is the digital and information technology. Right now, most of our startup in Cagayan de Oro are into information and communication technology and digital technology. USTP is identified as the center of excellence in information and communication technology. Most of our startups is into information technology, automation, digital technology. So with that, we focus, no, on the eyesight in the Aguila, where there is already an innovation ecosystem, there is already an enabling environment, and we need to support, to sustain this innovation ecosystem in Northern Mindanao. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you, President Kultura. May we request MMSU, Batsu, or MSU?
Ang si DJ sir, i-email doon kay kanitibok doon yung presentation. Kay ganano siya nga reference no? Ba? I-send niya sa kanina.
Sige sir. MSU.
PDF lang ako. PDF lang ako.
This is a quick presentation. I must admit, it's not complete, but I'm sure this will do for this purpose. So this is not final. This is just something that we thought of thinking about in the past. Okay. So this is an aerial view of Visayas State University. For those of you who are not familiar with the place, you will see our administration building and parts of our general education.
Tama naman sir. Tama na to.
With this in mind, we are actually in the preparation of the Visayas State University transforming into a national green university. And also I'm bringing agriculture as our banner program, as well as on forestry, natural conservation resources. So, next slide please. So this is the area. We have about 1,098 hectares, including the Mount Pagasugan, which is the mountain on top of the building. Our school is located between the sea, the Camote Sea, and then we have the plain, 600 hectares of plain areas where the buildings of the university are located, and another more than 600 hectares of forest. This is a virgin forest. So, with this background in mind, it's just fitting that the establishment of an SIP, an innovation park, is in the offing, and we
ako lang expert na gina sir. Tapos ako lang na ipadala doon na yan.
Okay, so for output 1, we're going to build, of course, following the format of the template. It's going to be a development of a science and technovation park, STP at the Visayas State University. The components, of course, will be the construction of the complex, procurement and upgrading of SIT facilities. Now, this all will be anchored in our research activities in the next output. Construction and fabrication of design labs, provision of accommodation facilities, and construction of pilot plants for production, so on and so forth. Output 2 will now constitute the next slide, please. These are the researchable areas focused on of course, on our strength. Agroforestry, production and propagation centers. We all know that it's a very big business, in fact, now with our cooperatives producing disease-free, healthy planting materials for distribution to farmers, and these are being taken up by cooperatives, farmer cooperators, and industries. So we can actually involve new partners, industries, or students who can actually go for that. We are building propagation centers for this purpose. Functional foods, food supplements, food processing and packaging, green energy technologies, carbon neutral processing technologies, and biocircular green industries. So these are all, we have laid the foundation for these projects now. We have research activities also. This is a connection also to our future state projects. And we have been partners also in some other institutions in Europe and also in some parts of the world. Okay, for output 3, capacity development, of course, establishment of a Technovation Academy, where our technovators or our problem solvers will be trained, and then specialized training for both faculty and staff, development of a mentoring program, and perhaps industry immersion activities. So this is the kind of capsule that we will be pursuing. We have no detailed estimate yet as to the costing, because I believe that should really be thought of and computed reasonably. And
that will follow soon. And I think is at this point, at least we have already conceptualized what we are going to do, although there may be some more expansion related to this program. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Tulin. Next,
Terminal 2 gitu.
Bahag State U, MSU. Whoever wants to come first.
Stick to grab 4-seater na kasi para sure ball. Ano na condense to mga kauban kaya out na sir. Batsi na sir, batsi na. Ako kagalasutso sir. Ingit ako kagalasutso. Wala kayo makita ang lasutso.
Good afternoon, this is my third time. So I think I earned already the funding from ADB and DBI. Good afternoon everyone. I am very happy to present to you the output of my team. But before I proceed, while they are finalizing the budget requirements, may I introduce my team here. We have Dr. Julius Manzano, Director for GST, and Dr. Janicio Bucao, the Director for Science and Technology Park. We have Dr. Bjorn Santos, the Director for Research. Professor Ray Villasilio, the Director for Quality Assurance, and Dr. Nina Nisperos, this small but terrible lady in the team. She is the Director for Futures Thinking and Strategic Foresight, and at the same time the founding Dean of the College of Computing and Information Science. So here is our output. Let me start. Huwag muna yung amount. So, well, Batak is the home of MMSU. It is just an hour away from Pagudpud and Bangki, the area where it is a robust for industry with their solar and wind power source of our energy. And it is a budding city with potentials to be smart and sustainable city, while MMSU is also developing a smart university as presented earlier. So in terms of demographic, we have this. We are coming from this support system. We have national government agencies, banks and cooperatives, hospital, medical centers, hotels and restaurants, gastronomic tourism, and sense of the Ilocano culture. Next slide. We are coming from this. In our university, I mentioned a while ago in Batak campus, we are in a sprawling 300-hectare campus. And inside the campus, we have these national government agencies. We have the National Tobacco Administration, the Philippine Cargo Center, Philippine Rice Research Institute, Philippine Fiber Industry. We have the Ilocos North Research and Experiment Center, Agricultural Training Institute, Department of Trade and Industry, Bureau of Plant Industry. They are all our tenants in our campus. Next slide. So, what about the BPOs? Now, Ilocos Norte is a growing, being strategically located in far north. It is accessible by plane, by sea transport and land transport. There is a growing increase. BPOs is very robust. We have the Accenture, the Alorica, Teleperformance, and Sutherland is establishing their needs in Northern Luzon. Next slide. But you know, Ilocos Norte is mainly agricultural country. And this is the challenge to Mariano Marcos State University. MMSU being a comprehensive university offering engineering, renewable energy, information technology as a center of development, it is a big challenge for us to establish become the center or catalyst of industrialization in our region. So this is, go back, this is the proposed site. Let's go back to the slide. This is the proposed site. It is along the famous provincial road going to that Poway Church, going to the Corimao Port, and going to the international area. So, coming from all this support system, and coming from all the technologies that we have so far developed, and the different programs and initiatives going towards industrialization, banking on the Industry 4.0, we came up with this S&T Park vision or dream, which is composed of the following component: the business and government spaces, the marketing, mall, and sales, because we want to create a vibrant and business ecosystem within the university. The agri-tech showcase and exhibition, banking on the many patents on agri products and other agri-technologies. And the tenants spaces, banking on the so many BPOs coming to Ilocos Norte, and we have already signed a partnership with Sutherland who promised to create 2,000 jobs in 2 years' time. So we want to come up with a tenancy space, and we want to make the science and technology park a self-liquidating ecosystem later on. And we have the research and innovation hub that would house the Industry 4.0 labs, Net Zero labs, market space, collaborative spaces, InnoLab, and FabLab. We have the lists of potential partners who already approached the university through the provincial government of Ilocos Norte. And of course, we have this hotel and convention center in the proposed site. Next slide. So, what is our output? Now, we want to ensure the sustainability of the S&T Park so that our output one would be enhancement of the readiness and creation and securing the innovation ecosystem for industries and enterprises development, digital transformation, and green transition improve. We are not starting from zero. We have already the smart campus, and this year we are building the central data center, and we are going to switch the first net zero building in the university, and negotiation with PPP and the private potential private investor for our net zero campus. But we have to really secure the sustainability and create a truly innovation system. So we have this project sub-output and activities. We have to establish industry-based framework for technology, innovation, and market readiness levels. And this can be accomplished by RDI grants, startup incubator accelerator grants, as we have already a long list of potential SMEs. Kickstart grants like Forbes, MOA, we got approved proposal technologies to use. Collaboration and partnerships is very essential. Grants proposal, strengthen Philippine skills framework with industry transformation map and value chain development. And then of course, facilitation of SMEs access to SDI. To us, strengthening all these components will ensure or secure the innovation ecosystem in the area. And the required preliminary cost for this is 55 million pesos. Output 2 will be the heart of the establishment of the KISS Park. This include the research and innovation, skills development facilities for industrial transformation and green transition. This is where we are going to build buildings and prepare the site development. So, as mentioned earlier, these are the main components. They are not necessarily arranged by priority because this is a very ambitious dream. But if it is ambitious dream, and so these are the clusters or the thematic areas that we will be putting in the SND Park with the corresponding budget. So the green buildings development and site development would entail us to 2.8 billion pesos with the following component for purpose of budgeting and prioritization, the Research and Innovation Hub, which will house the Industry 4.0 labs, net zero, which include advanced energy and green building and mobility tech labs, make market spaces. We need 745.5 million, including the infrastructure and site development. And then Hotel and Convention Center, we need 506.1 million. Tenants space for IT BPO, startup spin-off, 745 million. Agritech Showcase and Exhibition, 509 million. Business space, 745 million, and other green spaces. I would like to emphasize that coupled with this dream is that it is a smart and green park. Including the 2.8 billion exclude the equipment, furniture, and fixtures. We separated it, and this will total to 1.2 billion. Next slide. For the output 3, once the infrastructure is there, the facilities are already there. So we are now on to capacity development, institutional strengthening of DTI, MMSU, and industry-based institutions. So we are ladderizing our strategies from innovation ecosystem, building of innovation ecosystem, strengthening infrastructure and facilities, and then we move to output 3, which is now the advancing the capacity of MMSU, DTI, and industry-based institution. And this is the projects of output and activities that includes capacity building, the training, advanced studies, and benchmarking. The sub-activities includes innovation, commercialization, industry 4.0, net zero, capacitated human resources as assets of the support park, support to postgraduate and postdoctoral study, and we need 275 million. This is to ensure the human capital to sustain the SND park. Of course, underscoring all of this plan is the project management, structure management, travel, and continuous meeting and monitoring, and we need the 165 million. So in total, we need 4.593 billion to run the SNT park. It can be one-time budgeting or it can be clustered into a 3-year rolling project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Shirley. I'm going to request backstage for the presentation.
Dr. Rafaelita Aldaba, our partners from ADB, Mr. Chong, Mr. Sankos, DJ, our partner associates, to all of us, good afternoon. First and foremost, Yusek Pita, on behalf of associates here, we would like to thank you for this opportunity. And I know that these associates are worthy of the government support. We came from out of a news that there is a windfall of money in this part of the Philippines. And wherever there are windfall of money, then we have the best presidents here. President Bush Cultura, President Shirley, President Ed Tulin. I can vouch for the capacity of the SUCs to deliver the proposal that they have presented. So on behalf of our team, I request that their proposal be granted, as you say. We came here together out of our vision really to support the science, technology, innovation-driven growth in the country. And on that note, we have here these pieces of presentation, which I think is aligned. These presentations are aligned with what DTI is envisioning. So these great SUCs in front of us are really worthy of commendation. They are, by the time we speak, they are the best SUCs now in the country. They are level 4 SUCs, USTP, MMSU, and VSU, besides State University. And I hope that our coming together will really lead to some great things for the country. This is long overdue, Yusek, and I think as a Chinese saying goes, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. We should have been doing this 20 years ago, but I think it's never late. We can still do this. So the Batangas State University presentation is on advancing engineering education development through knowledge, innovation, science, and technology park to strengthen transformation of industries and enterprises anchored to the pristine program. This is second part of the presentation this morning, which I will be focusing on proposed outputs and activities. Recently, as Batangas State University was declared as the Philippines National Engineering University, we are mandated under the Republic Act, specifically on Section 3-F, that Batangas State University shall lead in the economic growth in the countryside by establishing the Knowledge, Innovation, Science, and Technology Park. It is specifically provided for in that law, just enacted last year. And we are very happy that at the midst of the pandemic in 2020, our East Park was proclaimed by no less than the President of the Republic through Proclamation number 943 as a special economic zone. So this one we are very inspired to proceed in our vision. The Batangas State University East Park is at the heart of Calabarzon. And just in a nutshell, the industrial landscape of Calabarzon region, of the 7.6% growth in the Philippines gross domestic product just last year, Calabarzon contributed to 1.2 percentage points, the second highest among the 17 regions. The region also ranked second in terms of share, which is 14.8% of the total GDP. And of course, you see Batangas province, our province, Batangas City, in particular Batangas State, will just take 90 minutes from the Manila airport to our area. So why I'm saying this, there are a lot of industries in Calabarzon, and as per a study made by JICA, these are the 5 priority industries in Calabarzon: electronics and semiconductors, automotive, IT BPOs, metals, and petrochemicals. They are all hosted in Calabarzon, which I have mentioned, 90 minutes away from Manila. And these are the industries which will be supported by our KISS Park. We believe that KISS Park is simply a platform where our research and innovation can be done. But we also believe that we have to supply competent workforce. In our case, we have to supply best engineers, best technologies in this KISS Park that will support the industries. The KISS Park infrastructures will include the technology hub, the data center, the IT centrum, the KISS Hotel, and the dormitory, the engineering hub, design innovation building, and convention center. This is a microcosm of the innovation and research, at the same time the education for our engineers. We have already our ongoing development at the Kiss Park. The running equity of Batangas State University is amounting to 817 million by the time we speak. And we are hoping, wishing and praying that this grant from ADB to the Philippine government will be given. Honestly, we can do this, but it will take us a longer time. But for the Philippine government to accelerate economic growth, this, I think, is worthy of support. So, over the last 3 years or so, we have this equity already, just to prove to the country that Batangas State University is serious in this investment. So, later we will compute. If Batangas State University will do this alone, we can compute how many years will it take us. So this is the engineering hub that we will be including in this Kiss Park as a supplier of the best engineers, the best technologies, the best scientists of the country. This includes the 15-story engineering hub, which will serve as the capacity building future engineers focused on identified emerging programs and industries. As presented this morning, Batangas State University offered emerging programs in engineering. Of the 116 programs that we are opening at Batangas State, 46 of them are all on engineering, both graduate and undergraduate. Roughly half of our academic programs are all on engineering. That's why we really need this hub to further support not only on the education, but even the research and innovation that we will be doing with the industry. This is the resource requirements for 5 years on the first output, accelerated development of KST, which includes the infrastructure which I have mentioned. In year 1, we will be needing 872 million. In year 2, we will be needing 1.37 billion. In year 3, we will be needing 1.047 billion. In year 4, we will be needing 797 million. In year 5, we will be needing 797 million. As I have mentioned, by the time we speak, we have this 870 million counterpart of Batangas State University. On the other output, on strengthened engineering education, research and innovation, this includes the completion or complete organizational and management roadmap, ensuring the efficient management and administration of the Kiss Park, strengthen government stakeholders' relations with government agencies, facilitate capability building of university personnel as well as partner agencies on engineering education, research and innovation, administration of support for research and innovation development for the acceleration of deep technology products, spin-offs and startups, and establishment of the STEER Hub. In year 1, we will be needing 122 million. Year 2 will be needing 222 million. In year 3, we'll be needing 322 million. In year 4, we'll be needing 322 million. And in year 5, we'll be needing 322 million. The Batangas State University counterpart for this will be 250 million. In summary of the two outputs, accelerated development of Kiss Park, we will be year after year needing this amount. For strengthened engineering education, research and innovation as output 2, we will be needing this amount from year 1 to year 5, with a total of, for both output, in year 1 we'll be needing 994 million. In year 2 we'll be needing 1.59 billion. In year 3 we'll be needing 1.37 billion. In year 4 we'll be needing 1.1 billion, and in year 5 we'll be needing 1.1 billion. With a total of 6.195 billion. The counterpart of Batangas State University is 1.067 billion. Now, for the running equity that we have, that is for 3 years already, that is almost $1 billion, but that is, I think, 1/7 of this. And we can compute, if we will be doing it ourselves, maybe 3 years times 7, more or less 20 years, no? We'll be doing that, more or less. So I think because of this vision which vividly drafted 4 years ago, and we have invested already our own money, so I think the government should see this effort of Batangas State. And if you will not support Batangas State, I think this vision for the country will not be realized, as well as other issues who presented a while ago. So with that, we collectively ask for the support of DTI. So in summary, that investment of 7 billion, we can realize what Batangas State University, as the country's national university, is expected to deliver. And once again, using PITA, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, President Ronquillo, for the presentation. So, okay. I think for the next step, of course, we'd like to hear from DTI, but we'll have a series of consultation discussion with the design team, as well as request, the universities to initially submit what they have prepared now. But as I mentioned earlier also, given the resources that are being put in or requested for this project, and also given the requirements of the universities, we have to rationalize, I guess, no? At some point on how to proceed with this. Looking at a number of factors, including readiness, absorptive capacity, and equally important, or more importantly, how these projects align with the STI driven policy of DTI. Chong, would you like to come in before we request?
Yeah, I think, we like what we see just now, but I think we need to do a little bit of realignment, because I think some of the infrastructure, the facilities are sort of put in a different component. Yeah, but that one, I think, we will work on it, so not to worry too much. It has been a long day. I know everybody is tired. So going forward, from today's session, we will continuously follow up with the respective universities. So just bear with us, if we ask, too many times, readjustment. So, but it will be fine, at the end of the day. And again, I emphasize again, this is not the final proposal, because after DTI submit PIP, then we will go to CPM, Country Programming Mission. Once that is confirmed, meaning Country Programming Mission wrap-up meeting confirmed, this is a pipeline project, then we will move forward, on the detailed processing of this project. Yeah, so there's still a lot of chance to make adjustment, fine-tuning. Right, so I have nothing further to add today. I think it's a great session. We will have more session coming along the way. So I should stop here then. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you, Sean. So maybe if you could just kindly request the respective teams to send over, because we'll have another meeting on Thursday, internal, between ADB and RGMS, to look at the inputs. So So we'd just like to request them to send over the presentations. So, looking at our schedule, it's 6:06. May we hear from, I'll just show the screen. Yusek Rita on the next steps moving forward. And perhaps you could send over also the project preparation teams moving forward as we continue with the consultations.
I think John already discussed the next steps, and yeah, it's been a very long day for all of us, so I'm not really going to summarize everything that has transpired, but just to emphasize as well the importance of putting up our innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. No less than the President has highlighted the importance of Filipino vision, especially in terms of improving the workforce as well as in building our own industries. And you know, if only we could raise the amount that we're borrowing from ADB. Currently, it stands at 200 million. I don't know, Chong, where are you? Given the needs of the country, given our goals. Well, initially we talked about 300, and then we reduced it to 200. So maybe we can we'll try to discuss how we can meet all the needs and realize all these project proposals that the universities are going to pursue in the next 5 years or so. BDI also has its own projects that would support and complement those projects that we will be implementing. And so I'm hoping that we can all work together as we craft the program. This is for all of us, by the way. And as earlier mentioned as well, we really need to strengthen our collaboration, not only within government, but government, academic, industry, and the other stakeholders, which I think would be vital for the success of all these plans that we've been discussing. So we'll just be waiting for your revised and enhanced proposals in the coming days. We all look forward to, I very much appreciate listening all the presentations and looking forward to reading the revised ones. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to come up with the necessary funding and budget that would support all the plans that have been discussed over the last couple of, you've been you started working on this, I would say years ago. USTP, for instance, we've been discussing the S&P Park, but up to now, it's still not there. So hopefully with this program, we can make all these things happen. Thank you so much, and good afternoon.
sure taking